Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the start of chapter 11. I'm thinking these last couple chapters will probably be the wrap-up for this arc. And while I am hoping, of course, that we would find Rika and Satoko, I don't have a lot of faith that we're going to find them or the mayor. Alive, at least. And I went hiking with my sister the other day, and I got so many damn bug bites. There's way too many bugs. Ugh. Way too many bugs. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Oh, we're gonna find them. Well, yeah, if we find them dead, we'll have found them at least. They won't have disappeared. They'll have just been murdered. I don't know if that's an improvement. Maybe we'll end up joining them in wherever their bodies are laid. Not a good ending for our character, but it's a possibility. So we saw a ceiling we were familiar with. That would be our house. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. Yeah, isn't that a pain? I'm low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I'd definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. I usually just wake up a set amount of hours after I go to sleep. So there's no point staying up. There's no point going to bed early half the time, because I usually just wake up early. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood something serious was happening. So, you were out late last night with your friends looking for them? Until about 3, I think. Yeah. Did you find them? Rika and Satoko, I mean. Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. What is on his toast? It really didn't have any taste. Was it just toast with no butter? I'll be honest, I don't like toast without toppings. Like, at least butter. You don't need to have like 20. You don't need to have like anything fancy like peanut butter or Nutella or like. But just have something, anything. All right, we heard the chime go ding dong. I looked at the clock and saw it was about 5 minutes past my meeting time with Reina. It was her at the door. Good morning. Did you get any sleep? Did you? Did anyone get sleep? Not much, I'm betting. I think I slept for like a few hours. You could probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. Chickens have 3 toes, right? Reina seemed pretty sleep deprived as well, but apparently we're awake enough to joke. That's good. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Are you going to school? Yeah. I think it would be better that way. She said, smiling, albeit a bit stiffly. Oh, I think we were supposed to be asking that. I thought she would be asking us if we were coming to school. Reina was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school. Am I ever... The what? Am I ever going to play that? I don't know. But I'm the narrator, so should I really do that? It's an the narrator is a dick is an actual game. And here I thought people were just trying to trick me into calling myself a dick. I don't know. I've never heard of it. I'll have to look into it. I don't even know what genre it is, so I couldn't tell you if it was something I'm interested in or not. You stay home today. I think you'd just be worrying nonstop and sleeping. I don't want that. Yeah, let's go to school. Good plan. I mean, what are you gonna do other than search the town? I'm just like writing a message to myself about like a game to look up. How about the narrator's a dick? And it's like how did I accidentally type the NTR's a dick? Like what? All right, let's go to school together. All right. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Reina mustering that much consideration for me. Yeah, better to not be alone either when people are disappearing on a regular basis. We went to the place where we'd usually meet with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us. I guess Mi-chan couldn't wake up today, huh? Oh, that's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mayor the night before last, too. We waited a bit. Dude, I don't know. I would be slightly concerned. I'd like want to check her house, make sure she's just like check her parents' house, make sure she's not dead, and then leave. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances. Yeah, platformers and me do not usually mix very well. I mean, I can play them, but I usually find them frustrating. And I'm bad at them. Although it would be funny to see. It would be funny to see once in a while. What would be funny to see me once as a one-off play a platformer. If you're looking to make me and everyone else around suffer. What do we do? Wait a little longer? Either go to her house or move on. At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Ueshi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have? No, that couldn't be. Let's go. Let's let her sleep for today. Reina gave me a pat on the back. Mion. She's still here, right? Hmm? Did you say something? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Let's get going. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. Our parents don't seem to be particularly worried. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Again, our parents are like, oh man, like 3 people have gone missing in a village of less than 1,000. That's not suspicious at all. And 2 murders. Well, I guess the murders were covered up, so you'd have to be paying attention to know they were there. But the disappearances aren't being covered up, so they should know about that. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. He's got to put up a good front for the parents, right? It doesn't look like... If he looks like he's being lax, at the moment, people will stop taking their kids to school. I'd never seen that before. Good morning. Yeah, he's expecting a bunch of people to show up and drop their kids off in person. Good morning, good morning. The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous. Hamaibara-kun, good morning. Ryugu-kun, good morning. Good morning? Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom. Alright. Yeah, we'll go straight to class. Rain and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. So our dad, amusingly enough, our parents don't seem very concerned, and of all the people whose parents could take them to school, I feel like Keiichi's parents could definitely do that. I mean, I don't know what his mom does. I feel like she's the kind of mom... I thought she was a stay-at-home mom, but I know his dad's an artist. An artist who works from home. Like, surely you can spare a couple days to walk your kid to school or something when there's people disappearing and being murdered. But I guess his parents are like the most oblivious parents in the entire village. So they aren't aware that like people are literally being murdered or disappeared, so they're not doing shit. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. You can feel the tension in the air as you arrive to school and everyone's nervous. There's all these extra parents dropping their kids off instead of kids walking to school alone. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated their classroom. That'd be uneasy. Usually like when a teacher shows up, people are still finishing conversations, right? They're like half finishing their conversations. Or just ending them instead of like immediately paying attention like they're machines. The principal came in with our teacher as well. Oh, you know it's surreal. Wait, why is there even a principal when there's literally only one class? There's like a principal and there's one principal, one teacher. This is clearly not a normal morning. There's one principal and there's only one class at school. First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal. The principal cleared his throat and approached the desk. I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept the truth. Oh, you're gonna try to get me on another game? Studio Klee, who did Oxygen Not Included and Don't Starve, also did the game Griftlands, a roguelike deck builder. It's a turn-based game. Interesting. That's a distinct change from their two survival-based survival-based games. But I mean, their aesthetics are dead on, so if nothing else, the game will probably look really cool. I guess it's the time of the year where people are like, you should check out some other games at some point. Plans. I'll check that one out. It wasn't on my radar, although I did like their last two games. Don't Starve is of course pretty solid, and so is Oxygen Not Included, if a little bit long. Alright, so there seemed to be many who couldn't accept it as truth, but it was confirmed to them now by the principal's words. Oof, yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, yesterday was a nightmare. It's real, right? I think, maybe? And you start to question yourself because it's too insane. And then you show up to school and the principal's like, if it hasn't set in, it's fucking setting in now. Your friends got disappeared. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either. Okay, everyone, pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups. Alright, always travel together. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents. Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could understand the strange evil. Oh, it was the teacher, not the principal, my bad. She couldn't conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just cancelled school today. However, Reina told me the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, and some of them wouldn't want school to be cancelled. Yeah, more like a daycare. Yeah, school is generally considered it's basically like a daycare for people who are above like 6 years old. Well then, let's begin the lesson. Class president. Absent. I see. Whoever's on day duty, let me hear it. All rise. The feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something I agreed with at this point. Beyond its class president, so I can understand if she's been up to like 3 or later every single night, wanting to sleep in, but it's also concerning because she might have been. The detective thinks she might disappear, but I don't know what his evidence for that is. Unless there's another faction targeting great families. As for the teacher who always had her lunch in the lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. That's right, that's right. What does she have? Curry bento. Nothing but curry. You're like a sane person would just have like regular curry, and it's like, no, she has curry bento. Okay. Reina brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Truly is Shion. Obsessed with the curry obsession is real. Today it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad. I'm sleepy. Yeah, I don't feel like sleeping anymore though. In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel. You're right. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Yeah, tense atmosphere like that, you probably wouldn't want to sleep. Reina's bento didn't have its usual luster. Yeah, Higarashi's pretty good. Higurashi is quite good. If you can't stick around, well, there's always the archives. It was to be expected. Yeah, was up for a long time last night too. Didn't have time to do as much prep work for food. May have had to rush them to get something together. That's fair, because Reina does her own lunches. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand. Yeah, she probably made it right away. Since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning. Yeah, no way. She's probably way too tired. Grab anything you want. Go ahead. You can admit my bento is better today. Okay, I'll have some. Wow, Chikuo roll with Brilliant cheese? That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, there's no ellipsis, at least. Granted, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good, too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the mood to its usual level as much as we could. It's like 3/5 of your party is missing. Yeah, it's gonna be a depressing day. I looked around the classroom and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess. Weren't the only? Did it say weren't? Yeah, I know we're actually the only ones trying to lighten the mood. Oof. Just the two of us sharing our lunches like this is sort of like something. Yeah, it's sort of something cute. Where's Shion when you need her? Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first to mess up. Sorry. I mean, well, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's not your fault. Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore. Mika, Satoko, I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said, oh, it was us and not Reina. I heard Reina catch her breath. Yesterday while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things. I'll tell you what I know, okay? Sorry about last night. Go ahead. At that time, since they'd arrived for support, Reina was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Reina said she overheard it. They didn't know anything important, though, did they? Rika and Satoko went after school. Apparently, they went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that... Mion told me yesterday, we had no clues. Yeah, the police also said they probably went on their bikes to play somewhere as soon as they got home. They were going to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home. They might have gone into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okinomiya. The police were saying how they're going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning. Why not check the jungle, or check the bog? Right? It's probably the bog? If they're going to disappear somewhere, they went to the bog, right? In town. It didn't make sense why we couldn't find them, even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, but just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Right, if she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I didn't have the foggiest idea what she actually meant, but it might have been Rika's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika and tried to run away. And when I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika was in a situation where she'd go off to play somewhere. Is Rika offering herself as an alternative sacrifice? Is that maybe what happened? Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. I mean, where would you search, right? Your character doesn't really know where to search other than the temple. Other than behind the temple? He doesn't know where the bog is? It was just a hunch. I don't think she'd go into town. Oh, that's us. You think so too, Keiichi? I agree. Rika and Satoko must have disappeared in Hinamizawa. I looked back at Reina, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Yeah, she's disappeared here. But where is the question? The bog seems likely. Or swamp. And the other option would be the affairs place. Bear in mind that... Did anyone check if the shed's been relocked? If the shed's not been relocked... Because the shed had a padlock on... Or the ritual tool shed had a padlock on it, right? And if the two people who have keys disappeared, including the one person who was with them, then likely it would be unlocked, right? I wouldn't go in there, but I would probably check to see if the place was open. If it's open from the outside, because it's only locked with like a padlock from the outside, right? It's like door with a lock on the outside. So, if the lock's open, that means someone went in there, right? That would be like a sensible thing to ask. If everything is stemming from like this violation of that room, she might have gone in there to try and solve something, parked her bike there, and then I don't know if they checked there. They're checking all of her town in the usual places, but not the forbidden ritual shed, because like everyone in the area would be staying like 50 miles away, or at least, well, okay, 50 miles, an exaggeration. It's on the temple grounds. It's on the shrine grounds. It would probably be like, you know, give it a wide berth. It's probably behind some forest, and no one would actually check because you're not supposed to go in there. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway. I'm gonna go rinse this out. She's proactive about keeping that clean. She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. And suddenly I got the feeling the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my box and followed her. Raina didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. They have a kitchenette at their school? Really? What kind of public school or high school has a kitchenette? The water flowed down into our bento boxes. During that time, Raina didn't say a word, and after making sure there were no other students around, she opened her mouth to speak. Okay, let's hear it, Raina. The whole thing about Rika and Satoko going to town to play and disappearing. It didn't make sense for some reason. I decided to investigate a tiny bit myself. Who did you ask? What did you ask them about? I asked the Ladies' Society all sorts of things. Okay. There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember? The old lady from the Tomita Tofu shop came too. The Tomita Tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always look nice and refreshing. He thinks tofu looks refreshing. An unusual perspective from me, because I'm not a big fan of tofu, but why is he interested? Lady says she remembers Satoko stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school. Tofu. Well, it is on the way home, right? How is that a clue? That means they were planning on eating, right? They're probably planning on eating dinner tonight. They wouldn't go to town. I'm listening. Just this. Yeah. I think that would be the rationale behind that, right? If you buy tofu that night, it's like if you buy groceries, you're probably planning on eating, unless you're stopping at a restaurant. Do you remember when we went to Rika's house? Yeah, Raina stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika's room. There was a pot on the gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it. I think there was about half of it inside. The rest was in the refrigerator. Must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on a plate in plastic wrap. As Raina explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika's room. Okay, so let's think. They're trying to they're making dinner. Why would they disappear while they're making dinner? Still, Raina, why does this matter? Think, Keiichi. When you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last. That means Rika or Satoko, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it right up until dinner time. Right up until dinner time? Wasn't everyone saying their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves? Why would you not bring this up? This is huge. You tell the police, you're like, we went into their house to check that they were missing, and we found miso soup half filled, half made. Trash in the countertop was put there really awkwardly too. The trash in the countertop bin was put there awkwardly too. Okay. Also So I'd like to say, supernatural disappearances don't typically have people cleaning up after you. Like, why would a ghost or an evil specter who's disappearing people put things in the trash? Trash in the countertop bin was put there awkwardly too. Rika makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko does it. So Satoko was cooking that night. That means Satoko didn't go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner? Yeah. I took a look at the rice cooker and there was rice for 2 still in there. So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it. Is that it? Okay, so she's saying, based on how the garbage was put away, that Satoko was cooking, not that someone did put stuff in the garbage. Okay. So she made dinner for 2, but neither ate it. Rana nodded. Next I looked in the fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other half they bought. That's not all either. There was a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them in plastic wrap. Usually plastic wrap things so you can have leftovers for the next day, yeah. My mom does it all the time, using them in breakfast or lunch. That's right. You use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later, so the fact they were in the fridge means they didn't plan on eating them that night at least. Is that what it means? Keiichi, think a little harder. Their dinner was untouched and wrapped. What do you think that means? Well, it means they didn't need to eat dinner anymore. They would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout. It's been really sudden too. If they decided to do that before, they wouldn't have made anything yet. Remember, they had rice still in the rice cooker untouched. So if they have untouched rice in their rice cooker, and I mean like the entire flat top, you know, it's like flat top, like all the rice is like flat, an unbroken layer of rice, then that'd be like really weird. It's like they spontaneously decided not to eat and to bike somewhere else. It was dinner for the 2 of them, yeah. That means when Satoko was making dinner, they thought they were going to eat it right until they didn't. So then, the theory about the 2 of them going out to play and disappearing is wrong. Yep. They disappeared after making dinner and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock. Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating? It's obviously where this is leading. Keiichi, do you remember? On their fold-out table, there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder. There might have been something like that. Okay, so there's implements for eating. I don't remember. The container for the soy sauce, it was empty. There wasn't a drop left. Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it, so I looked under their sink for the larger bottle they have. You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff. Oh my god. You know, we thought Reina was like... You know, I thought Reina was just like poking around their house looking for clues, and she's actually analyzing like... She's actually analyzing their kitchen for like what they could have been doing last. Reina's actually big braining the entire investigation. Damn, Reina. Like, just think of how much analysis she's going. She's like, I saw tofu. I saw tofu in the fridge. So I checked their kitchen table, seeing an empty bottle of soy sauce and a chopstick holder. So I checked cupboards looking for more soy sauce. I didn't find any soy sauce. I determined they might have gone out to buy more soy sauce. Like, like, it's not unreasonable, but it's like, what could they have done? They disappeared. They must have run out of soy sauce. They cooked food, realized they were cooking tofu and rice. They realized they ran out of soy sauce. They're going to the kitchen. Like, good job, Reina. You're a regular detective. I've been to Rika's house and cooked for them before. Reina cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression. That's supposed to be serious, Reina? Visually, that just looks like happy. That looks like a relatively happy or normal Reina. Then when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all. Oh, it's not there at all. It wasn't there? Not just empty. Wasn't there. What does that mean? Well, everything I'm going to say from here is Reina's idea, so please listen to the end without saying anything. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably laying down watching a variety show or something. Okay, I'm with this. Reina put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed they were out of soy sauce. So Rika, who had nothing to do, Brought the big bottle to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to give her soy sauce? Wait, she had nothing to do, so she brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. Oh, like a big empty bottle. Okay. I thought there was a larger bottle of not empty soy sauce. Alright, would people really just give her soy sauce? Yeah, it's not that uncommon in Namizawa. Okay. So it's feasible to ask your neighbors for soy sauce? So Rika rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko waited though, Rika didn't come back. So Satoko called up the house where Rika was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here. You should come too, Satoko. Rika's already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called Rika a few times, names in private, and wrapped up the dinner she'd made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika was supposedly. Interesting. A little bit of conjecture, but it's a solid theory, right? If they're out of soy sauce, going to a neighbor's to get soy sauce in a small town where you know everybody doesn't seem unreasonable, or going to a store to buy more. So that means their neighbor. You're thinking something happened to them on the way to their neighbors, or they got murdered by the neighbors. All right, that's pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house. Veteran housewife would never normally make so much food she could feed 2 extra people. Could it have been a coincidence they just made too much? It's still unthinkable. Reina flatly denied me. Since Rika knew Satoko had worked really hard to make dinner, didn't she? No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko's dinner go to waste, right? Yeah, that's fair. This is all circumstantial, and mostly Reina's guesswork, even though it's all extremely convincing. Well, yeah, it's a convincing on one level. It's the only way of hope we had to topple the situation bereft of clues, so check the neighbors. Then Reina, where did Rika go to get soy sauce? That's the heart of it, right? It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it's suspicious she'd be invited to for dinner. So, who was it? Reina slowly shook her head. That's all for Reina's guesses. They're all just ideas, okay? Keep them a secret from the police. Wait, why keep a secret from the police? What is there to hide? Even if only half what you say is right, it should be a good clue for all this. Keiichi, you mean suspecting someone from Hinamizawa? You can't suspect anyone without a really good reason. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their boxes. Bento boxes. Reina cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stared there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think. In my own way. Reina had barely any information, and yet she'd reasoned out this much. There should be something only I, who knew far more than Reina, could deduce. Uishi-san said this last night, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Reina may not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given the culprit's someone from around here, right? Or someone seen around here. That's more. The trigger for everything was when the 4 of us trespassed in the storehouse. Someone saw us go in there. And for the culprits, breaking the taboo is a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tobitake and Takano were sacrificed. There were 2 left, Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor to whom Shion confessed her sin. And then Rika, to whom I confessed. What about Satoko, then? A stray bullet? Perhaps, by itself, Rika was being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying, but Satoko? For no reason? Isn't that all the more regrettable and pointless? Yeah. That's so pointless. Everything's my fault? No. Who would be next to disappear? Shion, and then me next time? Why aren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika, why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. You'd be like, well, this sucks. At least it makes sense, I guess. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think about it, yesterday Shion said something alarming, like she felt someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely enough, I didn't feel anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I never once had that impression. I mean, someone or something had to perceive you talking to Rika if you think Rika was taken. And not that Rika, like, went and sacrificed herself to the bog or something. And she could have just gone to the bog and made herself an offering or some shit. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious and I was careless. It's another story. That's another story. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lies. They don't want people knowing about the past, right? So it's someone who has a motive to ensure... a motive for ensuring people don't know about Hinamizawa's past? Could it be? Was I making an assumption I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over everything until it got resolved. Okay, what if there are two groups? What if there are two groups? For example, Mion and her, like, Yakuza type people are kill two people, and the disappearances are something else entirely. What if the disappearances and murders are not related but coincidences? At least in this case. Is that possible? Could also be some weird ritual sacrifice, but we'll see. And that's the school bell. Lunch is over. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch. Would someone else disappear tonight? Seems likely. If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. Put an end to all this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, to make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us. Bye, Para. Lunch break is over. Go back to the classroom. Is it the principal or the teacher? At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was as quiet as the streets at night. Exceptionally quiet. You live in the country. Ooh, thanks for the drink. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else following the assigned route. Well, at least you know where everyone lives, right? While we were leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, then another, and in the end, it was Reina and I. I was supposed to escort Reina all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone. It'd be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself right after bringing me back, Keiichi. Hey, how's it going? It's still light out. Anyway, I'll be fine. I see. Then be careful, okay? Now the smart thing to do if you're gonna split up here is probably to say, alright, so what you have to do is call my house 20 minutes. If you're gonna split up and you're worried about people disappearing in the day, when you split up, just have them call 15 minutes after they disappear. 15 minutes, you say, my house is 10 minutes from here, call in half an hour. If you don't call in half an hour, I'm calling in half an hour. And if you don't call, I'm declaring you missing, okay? And I'm bringing my parents out to look for you. We're going to your house, we're gonna look for you, like, set a timer, because like, they don't have cell phones, right? So she can't be like, yeah, I made it home, I'm good. Be careful, okay? Yeah. Isn't that a policeman? Reina pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of that car came Uishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Uishi started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Reina, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours. But what do the police want with you? Rain is a good person. Even when I make a fuss over Rika's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth. I'm not the culprit. I know that. That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Get going then. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Ueshi-san, who walked over. Hello, hello. Welcome home, my Bara-san. Hello. Looks like your parents aren't here. My, was I in a bit of a spot. He came all the way to my house? I can only thank my good fortune my parents were absent. Yeah, you don't want your parents thinking you broke the law. Well, he technically did because breaking and entering, right? Since neither of them were around at this hour, they'd probably be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he'll be back until later. I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. She pushed my back, prompting me to walk. Oh no. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. Are you taking me to the station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if you wanted to investigate me. That kinda gave me a resigned feeling. No, I just don't want to stand around talking. We can just talk in the car, that's all. Come on now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. He opens the back door of the police car, you're like, really? I can't get out of this by myself. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, this man might handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. Why don't you say, like, why don't you could invite him into, you don't have anything suspicious in your house. Why don't you offer him a drink and to come into your house? In theory, then you can run away at least by, like, opening a door and running. If for some reason you need to flee. Gives you a more comfortable environment, though. I mean, that's a redirect, right? You redirect and you're like, hey, why don't we get a drink? I have to go to the bathroom. That's a good excuse, right? You have to go to the bathroom. I mean, you do have to go to the bathroom, right? You just want to, you just don't actually have to. You just don't actually have to use the toilet. It's a need for you to not be in the car. Therefore, it's a need to go to the bathroom. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner. There was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned. Which must have only rarely been cleaned. Okay, I'm gonna rephrase that because that sentence sucks. Oh, is it too cold? I'll turn the car off. He turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet. The voices of the Higurashi with all their cool loneliness snuck inside. Quack, 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 quack. That is the onomatopoeia they are giving us, or the sound of the Higurashi you can hear right now. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that have been twisted and distorted since that night. Uishi, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first. So, how's the investigation going? Investigation? Of what? There have been so many. What do you mean? All of them. Well, alright then. They're officially secret, and we're under a media blackout, but I'll let you in. Shall we start from the first? The freak deaths of Tomitake and Takano on the night of the Watanagashi. This will be an interesting one. On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made progress at all. First of all, Tomitake. There are indications on his body he was assaulted by a group of people. But we have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something. But we didn't detect anything. That's not good. What about Takano? The same, we're in the dark. That's not good, the cops still don't know shit. So the same murder. So we know what happened for these guys, right? From the previous game, we know that the murder stuff is a drug they inject you with, and it makes you kill yourself. So we know that. That's the cult Mion and Reina are parts of. Autopsies for those who are burned to death are real tough. Yeah, we believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled. That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police department. They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory. Oh, that's not really relevant, though. So the police don't know shit other than that they died being strangled, doused in gasoline, and burned is pretty much not inexplicable, but, you know, whatever. Fuck it. Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended. It's a bit uncertain Takano's case, but its likely prospect is she was murdered about the same time as Tomitake, then dumped in the mountains in Gifu. How would they bring a dead body to the mountains, though? They should have just brought Tomitake out there, too. Yeah. Oh my, you're quite sharp, you know that. Of course, I believe there's something we need to be attentive of. There's a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point. How about the mayor? Any clues on the mayor? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on you. Oh, he's bleeding up to this. This is a great starter for him. Because he answers all your questions about these. And he says, and then there's you, and Shion, and you somehow still haven't disappeared. We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. We didn't find anything that could provide clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Ichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. People who have lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride, so the mayor hadn't been telling anyone he was going to a proctologist at a certain university hospital in Shishibone. On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so we went out first thing in the morning. Even I knew that big hospitals like university hospitals had a long waiting time. Apparently people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. His exam ended at 1 p.m. After that, he had a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine. We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. Nothing suspicious about that. That day, he planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. Seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine. What was the meeting about? He disappeared on his way back home, right? The three families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak deaths that happened again. So, on his way home, the old man who treated Shion like his own daughter. He was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. What's the matter? What happened? Maybe he was saying this. It's hard to tell. Sometimes he's said a couple things without quotes before, right? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi, you just realized something important. The night of the Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano and Tomitake died. The next morning, word of the incident spread through Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. Yeah, I'm following. What did Keiichi realize? He ate something at the diner. And then there was an unexpected delay on his ride back. When he returned, the meeting was about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the hall at the shrine as fast as he could. So the delay and the food might have been the diner? When he heard about the incident on the night of the Watanagashi? Until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That meant he had no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. But what does that mean, Keiichi? Why does that matter, Keiichi? Ah. Kei-chan, what should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets, right? Well, then Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told him everything. I told Old Man Kimiyoshi everything. That night, I told the mayor we snuck into the storehouse, and that someone saw us, was out to get us. Right. What then? Old Man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, told me if I was properly sorry, there's no way I'd be demoned away. He is really smiling and told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. Is he remembering what she said? So then, what does it mean? Keiichi, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? When did she tell him? Shion said she learned the incident from a phone call her father made that morning. The mayor left the house the first thing in the morning for the appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. The meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant Shion was the last person to see him? Maibara, are you alright? If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner. Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding I not think further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape. Maibara, are you in there? Yeah. Ueshi lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen for that long? I've tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maibara. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and yet I couldn't think. Now, don't climb up again. If there's any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. I don't think you're the culprit here or anything. Rishi gave his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you stuck into the storehouse that night. Everyone in the village heard the rumors about it by the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices? There. There wasn't anything. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore. He already knows, so it's fine. The question is, you need to, work. Come on, dude. He's not paying attention and he got there. Was there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went inside is being sacrificed one by one, you know? Even the mayor and Rika who switched the lock on the door were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Ueshi-san's goal all along, but that didn't matter anymore. There were a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around at them with everyone. Was that really all? That was really all. Nothing terrible to make you keep silent? Like a pile of psychoactive drugs? A secret poppy workshop? Perhaps mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns? There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there? Nothing as exaggerated as what Ueshi was hoping for, but it felt like in a way there was plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I'd seen something crazy didn't matter. The four of us broke the taboo, punish us. That should have been what happened. We put in a request for a search warrant, thinking there might have been some secrets hidden in the storehouse. It's been the sabotage of the century. They said it'd be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution. I mean, you're entitled to practice your religion, but you're also not entitled to keep the police out from your room when there's people being murdered in town, and then your religion's at the center of it. Well, I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you since you went in there. There really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Then Tomitake and Takane were only killed as a punishment for having broken the taboo? I didn't have an answer for the only. You could have said they had a camera. I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you's disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you but bring the harm to others? That's what I want to know. There was something wrong with what Uishi was saying. Ask Shion. What happened to Shion? Is Shion safe? You alone. You alone. What? Wait, wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? I'm saying, you alone have been left alive, right? Wait, what about Shion? Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean. The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion's still... Jiro and Tomitake and Mio died tonight. Died that night. Shion disappeared the next day. Only you are safe and sound at this point. Why only you? I'm saying that's what I want to know. Wait, Shion disappeared the next day? Didn't we just call her? Didn't we talk to her last night? Wait, Shion disappeared? That's impossible. Yeah, we talked to her last night. I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Tomitake died, Dekano died, and Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about? Hell no, I thought you were long since aware of this. It's the first I've heard of it. Shion disappeared when? Well, going back, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Going back a bit? Wait, stop saying stuff I don't understand. Shion spends the night at relatives' houses depending on her mood at any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teacher's been pretty troubled by it. I didn't ask about that. I'm asking you when she disappeared. I told you, the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. Remember that we were talking to Shion yesterday. We were talking to Shion yesterday. He says the day after Watanagashi. The day after Watanagashi is the day the mayor disappeared. That's really disrupting the feel of the series. With them cutting the audio, it's replaced by how-hows, which are strangely inappropriate. But I guess she also serves an Eldritch God, so that's not an Eldritch Horror, so that's not too bad. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion already disappeared? Then, that night, the phone call, who was calling me? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed we'd do our best to live on and not be erased. That should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. With Shion? She took breaks from class like it was nothing. Her family wouldn't listen when I told them, so I didn't bother calling the school in the end. Ended up taking a while before realizing she'd disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. Dude, why does he not say anything? Say something like, I was literally talking to her on the phone last night! It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well. Dude, just say something. Don't you remember? We talked at the library at the day after Watanagashi. Shion was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since. That's... Whoa. We met up with her. We met up with her after that. Bullshit. Mion knows where she is. That doesn't follow. That does not follow. That does not follow in the slightest. We met up with her after that to apologize. And, we met with... Shion and Mion met each other that day, right? That's the day Shion and Mion met each other, right? It was the next day we met her, right? We met Mion and Shion in the same room that day. Or the next day. Now, Mion could be pretending to be Shion. That day, Ueshi had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to work. Didn't she call me that night? Her job was at a restaurant, Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried. It can't be. It can't be. It's only circumstantial evidence, but after she left us at the library, before she made it to work, I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. She wasn't going to work. She said she made that shit up and you should have caught on. Right after Shion ran without me? Ran away without me? Seems you didn't know. Maybe if you'd said something earlier, this would have gone on more quickly. Now you understand, right? You're the only one left. You're the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the storehouse. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. If something else happens, it could happen to you. I need you to understand that. I mean, police can lie, right? Police can lie. It's not hard. It's not illegal for police to lie to people, so... He could be lying for more information, or Shion could have just gone low and, like, not left the family main house, right? Because that's where she said she's been for a while. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was gonna call me again today. That was Shion on the phone, right? It was from Shion. She's long since disappeared. Next will be you. Who was on the phone those past nights? Hey, stop repeating the line. You've repeated the same line like 6 times. It can't be that... Say something! Why is this character so fucking useless when he's supposed to... He's like, oh, it doesn't matter if I spill the beans to this cop. So when there's useful information, I'll just not provide it to the cop. I'll get myself killed again. He's like, it's like he has a fucking death wish. I swear to God, dude. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. So, in conclusion, instead of telling the police officer, I literally spoke to this person last night, she's not dead, he has a panic attack and decides to go lay down in his bed. Right. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. I love how this guy is like, anytime there's an opportunity for him to work with someone and he decides to trust them, he intentionally decides to be as obtuse as humanly possible. It's like, he can accidentally spout he can accidentally spout stuff he doesn't want to say, but when it's like, I need to actively say something useful that I'm thinking of right now, he's just like, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I 100% trust this person, but I'm not going to tell them anything. I 100% need to tell them something, but I'm not going to. Why not? Fuck you. Okay. Alright, you couldn't think of anything for more than a few seconds, so it's a note from your house saying that mom and dad are going to be home late, you should have some ramen or some shit. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock already pointed at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? So why not tell the police officer, like, hey, Gion's calling me every night, you want to hang out? Like, I know he doesn't trust the cop, but like, I know he sort of trusts the cop, but why not be like, dude, she called me every night. You want to be on the phone for this shit? Like, just listen in. I'll put you on fucking speaker because my parents aren't home. That seems like the best call, but whatever. Like, it's like, here's what you do. You stay quiet, you radio, have them track the call, and we all win, right? Like, I'll have them call, you track incoming, outgoing calls, because these are landlines. They can do that way easier. They can just track, like, the police can check where your call went, okay? Like, the police can track that pretty easily on, like, landlines, so... Just tell them, hey, I got called. I'm gonna get called tonight. If I get called tonight. You recognize that the call came in, you verify with the cops at headquarters, and we find out where she is. If it's that urgent. If not, well, if we don't get a call, she's dead. It's like, I've literally been talking to her. So someone's either faking her being alive or something else. Alright. So a phone call, even though Shion disappeared, again, cop could be lying, but you don't seem to want to test either her being alive. You seem to 100% trust the cop and everything he says, but also not cooperate with him for literally no reason. It makes no sense. All he'd have to do is say, Shion called me last night, saying she's alive. It's like, Shion called me last night. Told me she was hearing shit, like she's paranoid. And say something like that, but instead he shuts the fuck up and is going to get murdered tonight or some shit. Would she still call me? Where were they calling from and who were they? Wow, it sure would be amazing if there was literally anybody in this prefecture who could help you with, like, tracking calls. Like the operator or the police. Wouldn't that be amazing if there was, like, a police officer who wanted to work with you, who you decided there was no harm in telling everything to since he already basically knew anything from finding out himself anyway? Damn, that would be so useful. Too bad we can't do that. It's a fucking idiot. Alright, the more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I'd been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. I mean, if you'd been thinking logically at all, you would have just told the cop to track incoming calls to your house. That would have been like the easiest shit. Just have the phone records pulled. Hold on, Keiichi. Ueshi admitted it himself, didn't he? Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Ueshi didn't know about and been there ever since? Shion and I are both being targeted by somebody. It wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must be why he couldn't locate her and why he labeled her as a disappearance. Yeah, that has to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Could be a ghost Shion, who knows. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down, just a little. Don't convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Keiichi. There's a possibility that Mion's pretending to be Shion. That's a distinct possibility, but like, she's pretty bad at selling herself as that character, so we'll see. I knew I didn't want to admit she disappeared. Admitting it would mean something terrifying was definitely happening. I just need to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Oh, spacebar hides the interface. Interesting. I thought it was going to be next. And it's like, oh, the interface disappeared. Alright, would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. Still, don't run from this, Keiichi. The person on the other end still believed I thought she was Shion. That gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. Okay, but like, dude, why not tell the cop to track your calls? That would have been like the most useful thing on the planet. It's like, is this actually Shion? Because someone's calling me. Or like, if you don't trust, like, if you think he has a recording device, just like write it down or some shit if you think there's like someone watching you. Too bad this kid's too stupid to do anything even remotely intelligent. This time around, he's making so many mistakes. He was sort of doing okay, but being dumb with sharing information last time, but he's being exceptionally dumb here. So he's gonna tear the skin off the monster. He's gonna unveil who is impersonating Shion and killing everyone. Is this really what you want to do solo? You think you can like defeat the monster solo with no weapons? All right. If it's a group of like 10 people, you're really gonna go and solo them with no combat training. How'd that work for you last time? I believe Reina and Mion almost murdered you, and you got murdered by like 20 cultists. But it's okay. He's 14. He can take on the entire village solo. It would definitely be scary for me. Whoever is the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse, this is my duty to perform. That's right, my duty is just kill whoever's killing all these people. And I'm gonna do it single-handedly. No police. No backup. Just going, no weapons. Just going in with my fists. I'd say he's going in with his fists and his balls, but he's more brain dead than ballsy. Alright, still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? Well, let's see, there's one person who can pretend to be it, so it's Mion. I might have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion, or her twin. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Mion, who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things didn't quite make sense about Mion until now. overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual stairhouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have? But why? Why would Mion? I thought back to things about the Sonozaki family I'd heard from Uishi and Shion. Mion always entangled in incidents, in a position where she's omnipotent. Some of that information included things Shion told me after she disappeared. Courage. Give me courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. I think he's taking the coward's way out anyway by like refusing to tell anyone useful. It would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I'm gonna be honest. The easiest thing to do, the easiest way to disappear someone is if no one knows where you are or what you're doing, or that you're in danger. It's like if you're gonna be murdered by like some Colombian gang, you probably want someone to know that you're on like the gang's hit list. So they think you didn't actually go for a vacation in Brazil for the rest of your life. I mean, who knows? Alright. Do your thing, buddy. I can't run. I'm gonna stand up and face it. You're gonna take on Mion, Reina, and the whole gang again. After all, the next sacrifice would be me. I was sure Shion would use tricksy words to try and trap me. Be careful. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. Then why are you doing it this way? You literally have He's had literally every opportunity on the fucking planet to have a cop at his back if shit goes down. And he's been like, I don't need the cops. I'm tougher than the cops. Like, are you... I don't even... Like, how high are you, you fucking idiot? You're like 14 years old. 5 people are dead. And you're like, I don't need the cop support. I got this. Like, what? What? Like, I know cops can be useless. But I mean, in this case, literally just being a useless body who is aware that you're going out or getting murdered is useful. Like, just being like, oh yeah, I think this is gonna happen and I'm probably gonna be murdered tonight. Like, sure, he's useless, but at least he'll write it down. But yeah, this guy's the type of guy who's like, well, I've watched one too many spy shows and think that everything in a spy movie is like the easiest shit on the planet, so I'm just gonna fucking do it. It's like, really? You're gonna like feign ignorance here. You're gonna avoid capture. You're gonna take out a bunch of baddies. And you're just gonna relax in your house until your parents come back. Like, are you serious? Next thing we know, we're gonna see an actual god come down from the heavens, and our guy's gonna be like, oh yeah, so like 1v1. Wait. I'm like, wait a minute. Shenron's a dragon, but they don't actually fight Shenron at any point. Never mind. Like, oh, I'm just gonna fight beers. Alright, yeah, sure, I can do that. At that moment it rang. The phone rang and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. A long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi, and yet, until today, she'd been calling me like nothing happened. And again tonight, the people that disappeared, their corpses simply hadn't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion, did that mean she's calling from another world? Dude, stop being an idiot. Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. She was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I just concluded that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. And what would I do after I answer it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That would be the safest thing. The safest thing! Convince yourself she's not Shion. Trick her into admitting it? Really? That's what you're going with? What I was most afraid of was that what the person would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? Right? I'll just be careful. That should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. And once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. But that wasn't all I'd do this time. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What she was thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Why would any of this be told to you? There's no way you find any of this out if you're not going to get her to admit she's not Shion, right? Was she really the one who killed Tomitaki and Takano? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. Is this guy trying to be killed? Dude, this character has had a fucking death wish, I swear to God. Every time there's an opportunity for him to not do stupid shit, he's always, like, the first to do the dumbest thing imaginable sometimes. And it's like, If he's actually in the moment, he sometimes does okay, but when he's, like, thinking about what he wants to do, his ability to think strategically is so bad. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up. So he's like, I don't know what I want to do, but I'm going to answer this phone. And I'm not going to tell anyone that the person on the phone might not be Shion. And my parents are gone, so I could be grabbed at any time. Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion. Keiichi? It's me. It's Shion. A momentary, convenient, and above all, fleeting prediction was shredded into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Sorry, I was just in the bath. Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? Great start. Great start. You're thinking at any point, someone could murder me. You're like, at any point, the person on the other end could send someone to kill me. And the first thing he does is like say, sorry, no one could pick up for me. I'm all alone by myself. Isn't it beautiful? It's like, of all the possibilities you possibly could have said, you're like, yeah, sorry. You're like, yeah, sorry, my parents were in the bath, I was finished. You're like, yeah, sorry. And it's like, all you had to do was be like, oh, yeah, sorry. It's like, yeah, sorry, it took me a minute to pick up, I was just writing something down. Let's see, how badly does he throw? I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information. I'm currently the only one at home. Just be like, I don't know, what time was it? It was 10, never mind. I was gonna say, you're like, yeah, say like, oh yeah, my parents went to bed. I was like, sorry, it took me a minute. I was upstairs, my parents were in bed or something. No, it's 10 o'clock at night. You can't say it's making food. You could say we were just wrapping up dinner or something. That would be a lie. That would be a blatant lie. You'd have to come up with that, which would be hard. But instead, he came up with a lie saying he was in the bath instead of, I was just thinking about what to tell you. And be like, yeah, I'm being stalked by this cop. It's super annoying. Like, comment on that or something like that, right? Then it's 100% true. Instead of, he's like, I was just thinking of what I was going to say to you. But instead, he had to lie, in a way that would specifically make it obvious that his parents were home. It's kind of a weird choice. No, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? No, they weren't found. Shit, don't lose hope. If Uishi hadn't let me know, I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end. The more perfect a Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika and Satoko, they were kidnapped, weren't they? Yeah. I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning do those words hold. Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika and Satoko had been kidnapped. What? Shion, in turn, answered there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika and Satoko were... no, I mean, I'm sorry, about the mayor. What do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she'd given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed. Wait, that was quick. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you're done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Killed them so readily? I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? It's a horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happened. This music is suddenly super surreal. What is this music? What is this music? If the mayor was killed, that mean the same thing happened to Rika and Satoko? This is the game, right? It feels like another game launched in my background. Hold up. It is Higurashi. This is the soundtrack for the game. That could hurt some random old man. This is actually the game's music. It was Rika. It was Satoko. I couldn't kill them so readily. It's probably better to think that Rika and Satoko ended up the same way. Those are the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a screw of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything. I still couldn't help but scream. This time the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika and Satoko. I mean, I muted the game in Windows just to verify this is the audio of the game, and not like some random game or somehow like some ad playing music or some shit, or like YouTube autoplay. That was a weird ass soundtrack. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart, confessing everything to Rika. And they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still I cried. Yeah, use Phoenix Down. Oh my god, it feels like an old school fucking soundtrack. Final Fantasy seems appropriate. Although, the one problem with Phoenix Down is you generally need a target. If they're not in your party, you can't target them. So, Rika and Satoko broke off from the party, went their own way, and got murdered. We can't Phoenix Down them. Because we can't even find their bodies to revive them. So yes, we also can't use diamonds to resurrect them if we're a fucking cleric. Keiichi, please just try and calm down. I'm pretty sure you can. They have a break to boost initiative. Yeah, if only you could Phoenix Down every time. I don't think they're I don't know if Phoenix Down is actually physically reviving people in 15. Limit break? I need to drink coffee to... drink coffee to boost initiative. I don't remember which drink boosts your... Wait, 15 doesn't have an initiative system. Wait a minute. I don't actually know which game has coffee you can drink. By the way, our initiative is a little... Keiichi's initiative is usually a little low. He seems to be last in turn order far too often. The couple times he's been in a fight, he's started the fight and gotten his ass beat before he took a turn, which typically means he's pretty low on initiative. He fought the fat NEET and got his ass beat before he swung a single blow. He got grabbed by Reina and Mion in the first arc. So they were both able to initiate a grapple and pull out a weapon before he was able to take an action. And they took their full turn doing the villain taunt, you know. Alright, Rika and Satoko have been killed. We couldn't even find the remains. I'd never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that's to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. You're gonna game by doing that. They're definitely gonna target you and me next. Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please. Please. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. But I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts this person killed them. But why? 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 Why kidnap someone then kill them? Screw curse. Are people's lives really that cheap? Yeah. But like, you know, like at this point, like half of Japan's owned by the fucking Yakuza, man. What do you expect? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like he was someone's problem? I'd like to point out that he's literally had no evidence other than Ueshi telling him he disappeared to believe that Shion's dead. And he's like, yeah, she's 100% gone. Like, he trusts this cop so much that he trusts him more than he trusts Shion, but he doesn't even question him. But he's unwilling to work with the police officer to try and solve his problems. I don't understand that. Half of his problems would be resolved by the police, who actively want, at least this officer seems to actively want to know the solution to like the murders and mysteries. It's so weird. Alright. How long did this person plan on acting like it's someone else's problem? You're making the assumption this isn't Shion. There's magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. He's Shion. Please tell me. Why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of the Watanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the dam project's over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed? Why? If there's a reason, say it. I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. Why is he being so damn emotional for no reason? He's had literally like 3 hours to stew on this, and he hadn't even decided how he wanted to act, but instead he's like screaming at her without even verifying if it's Shion or not. Like, why did he not try to scramble to think of a way to identify if it was Shion or Mion or something like that? That would have made way more sense than just assuming the cop's right. These are not simple questions. This is an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it. It was just too funny. It was so funny I couldn't stop crying. I understand how you feel, Kate. I really do. The Tam Wars ended a long time ago, yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? That's what I'm asking you. I want to know that as much as anyone. Both our ragged breaths can be heard over the phone. Listen, Oyashiro's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone's using the grand name Oyashiro-sama's curse as justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool, and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year that system killed Nakano and Tomitake. Why wasn't that enough? Why'd the mayor and Rika and Satoku get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. Yeah, but some people are obsessed with it. Come on, man. The only thing I care about is why Rika and Satoko needed to die. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know? Why even her? Why? Silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while. Keiichi, please. Stop being mean. A sob. Was Shion crying? I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went to the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding. When I heard that Takano and Tomitake had been killed, I turned to my ears. And I realized it instantly. I realized the sort of position I was in right now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Keiichi, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought it made my chest so tight, it was terrifying. You know that feeling, Keiichi, don't you? There's nothing fake about words. Again, he's made the assumption based on literally 0 evidence that Shion is dead. It's kind of weird. It's such a weird choice. If this turns out being Shion, he's gonna feel really fucking stupid, but it would also have been like really obvious. Like, has she done anything super suspicious? I don't think so. But he's like screaming at her like she's not actually Shion on the basis that like the cops couldn't find someone. I mean, her family's literally the Yakuza. Like, if the cops can't find her, that's completely reasonable. She's the fucking Yakuza. Like, Surely they can have they can surely have a safe house for her to lay low in for like a couple days. Come on, man. Like, I didn't even have to use my brain for this. Like, yes. Police and Mafia have safe houses. Problem solved. It could be Shion. Yeah, it could be Shion. Why the fuck would she go out? Her family's mega rich. Her family is super fucking rich. Has multiple houses. And own like half the businesses in town. Like, the fuck would she ever leave herself in the open to be fucking murdered if she thinks she's a murder target for some cult? Like, okay, there's two things. She could think that Mion's trying to get her killed, in which case she's going to hide somewhere else. Like, she could think Mion's trying to get her killed, but I don't think she thinks Mion's going to kill her. I think she thinks it's another group. I don't think she thinks her sister's gonna kill her, so I think she's probably hiding using the Yakuza resources. Like, why not? Like, why would that not be your first assumption? You're like, either Mion is trying to kill you. Like, either Mion is trying to kill you, or you can have Mion protect you by laying low. Like, that seems like the most obvious thing to do. It's like, yeah, be like, hey, I think I'm gonna get fucking killed. I'm gonna stay at home for a week. Don't tell the cops I'm not here. I'll fucking hide. If they show up to the house, I'm hiding. Like, they're fucking Yakuza. You think they give a flying fuck about the rules? They flaunt them in front of the fucking cops. Like, come on, man. Especially in the 80s. Like, good luck, man. They already have, like, enough pressure to control, like, investigations or public announcements in the entire prefecture. Like, come on, man. There's nothing fake about her words. This guy doesn't think about that, though. He just 100% believes the cop when he has no evidence, which is a bit annoying. She'd even understood how I felt. Again, cops, just because he's a cop doesn't mean he can't lie, right? That's why I confessed everything to old man Kiyoshi. All of us entered the Forbidden Storehouse. It was a bit of fun. Ask when she did that. We knew we shouldn't have done it. But it really had been just for fun. It was just a bit of exploration. Takano and Tomitake, who went in with us, were killed shortly after. They met such miserable ends. And since that day I've been living in fear when I'd be attacked. There was nobody except old man Kiyoshi who'd help me. So I asked him to save me. Old man Kiyoshi, he wasn't mad. He smiled and said, if you're really sorry, Shion-shin, you'd never be demoned away. He really did smile at me. He told me to leave it to him. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mare's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over and go off her? Yeah, I don't know why the fuck you did. Shion was in the same situation as me, and she should have been my one and only comrade. And for whatever reason, you 100% believe she'd been killed, Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep in my mind, whispered to me, don't forget, Keiichi. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning after Watanagashi. He was told of their deaths and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Ishii said. Ask when she talked to it. How about you ask when she talked to the mayor? When did you let the mayor know? Huh? Sorry, Shion. Must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but... You told him, right? Old man Kiyoshi, the mayor? Yeah. When did you let him know? I began to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Did you know the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and went to the hospital for treatment? Keiichi? What does that have to... Please answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence, and after staring a few times, she replied, I knew that he had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? Sorry, I don't know that much, but... Kei-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion didn't know which hospital the mayor went to. That meant it's impossible for her to go all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, she couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there's any other chance for him to contact him, it would have been after we came to Hinamizawa. The train had been delayed and he only got back before the meeting was starting. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans. I want to ask you straight, Shion. When did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but give me one. Keiichi, why are you asking that? Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Prove to me you're the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared. From dawn until he vanished. There was no opportunity for you to contact him. The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination. At the hospital, all by himself without telling anyone. Shion, you said you didn't know what hospital he went to, so you couldn't have contacted him until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start, so there was no time for you to tell him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? So remember, he said very specifically he wasn't going to accuse her of not being Shion on the phone. And the first thing he does is, like, accuse her of not being Shion. Come on, dude. If he didn't, there wouldn't be any time left. And again, I don't know why he's accusing her of not being Shion over the phone after admitting he's home alone. This is, like, the dumbest thing. It's like, ha, I know you're not Shion. It's like, well, okay, I'm gonna have you fucking murdered tonight because you're home alone. Goodbye, dumbass. Like, wouldn't the smartest thing to do be to call Reina immediately when you get home and be like, hey, I need you here? God, if you already are 100% sure that Shion is not Shion, don't accuse her of not being Shion over the phone. You're supposed to be getting information, dipshit. What instead you're doing, accuse her of not being Shion so she doesn't tell you anything. Great job, dude. God, what an annoying son of a bitch. Alright. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? I mean, he's giving her an out, she went to the meeting. The question was so simple, but she didn't give me an immediate response. Actually with the meeting, You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I mean, she lied about having the job. It was an excuse to get out of the meeting. She even admitted that, right? I'll say it more directly. You haven't been since we were at the library together. Keiichi, I will... Wait a minute. Shion Sonozaki. Hey, okay. There are so many outs for this. She should probably have an excuse. Like, I've been staying at home because I don't want to get fucking murdered. Easiest answer. Well, of course, he hasn't talked to her properly since the library. Because if he told her, well, the cops told me you're Yakuza. Are you staying at home so you don't get fucking murdered? That would probably be a sensible thing to say, right? I think that would be a sensible thing. But Shion doesn't know if Kei-chan knows that she might be in the mafia or some cult. So she's trying to avoid saying that she has like 20 if she's at home hiding, she's like, I felt safer at home because I have 20 fucking bodyguards, would be like an okay response. But she's not. Keiichi is being so fucking obtuse that he's causing all these problems for himself. Make up your fucking mind, dude. Alright. Shion disappeared the day after the Watanagashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet, it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Uishi says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Again, he didn't tell... If he's gonna do this unmasking deal, he should have told the cops, someone's been calling me claiming they're Shion every night, track my fucking calls, like, pull my call records, the operator will... this is the 80s, right? Operator will know. The operator will know who the fuck's calling you. No, wait, they don't have switchboards in the 80s at this point. They should be able to track that, though, right? They still have operators in the 80s. Operator will still work and still has a person there. I don't know. They should have a switchboard operator, and if nothing else, it might be automated, but they should be able to pull up who's been calling your landline. The police can identify everyone who's called your landline. Police officers in Japan are not armed. They're, well, relatively not armed. I mean, they're not like has a shotgun in the trunk and has a handgun and taser on them. This is the 80s. They probably only have nightsticks. But, I mean, having a body to protect you would be okay if you think someone's gonna murder you or disappear you. But he hasn't said he thinks he's gonna be disappeared tonight, because he's not very useful. But if you're gonna do something like this, like an unmasking of the fake Shion, you should have immediately told the cops, track at the next person who calls me. Just be like, someone's been calling me, claiming they're Shion. Figure out who the fuck it is, because it might be your killer. That would be like the easiest thing. It's like, someone's probably gonna call me tonight, claiming to be Shion. Like, he doesn't even the cop doesn't have to be there. If Keiichi wants to go in, do this shit solely, just be like, hey, someone's calling me, claiming to be Shion. Figure out who's calling me tonight. Someone's gonna call me tonight. Figure out who the fuck called me tonight and in the last few nights. It's really important. Just be like, it could be your killer. And then that's all Oishi has to do is be like, hey, I need the call logs for my Bara-san. Or just pull it up himself, you know, call the operator and be like, hey, I'm a police officer. Tell me who you connected to Keiichi Maibara's house in last week. Oh, awesome. Oh, wow, we got this weird number. If it's a payphone, it's a payphone. Like, I don't give a shit if it's a payphone. That just tells him, that it's like something of, oh, man. Like, police have so many, like, that's actually something Uishi would want to know. Uishi may not care about you personally, but he seems to care about solving the mystery. It's like, in the previous route, he was kind of like okay with you doing risky shit and getting yourself killed. But in this route, he seemed to be the same. So, he just wants to know information about what's going on. And he doesn't seem to even give a shit that you did the breaking and entering, because people are getting fucking murdered. So if you're like, hey, I think I'm gonna get murdered next, track my call logs. Track the call logs to my house. He'd probably be like, yeah, I can do that. Like, and then you get murdered, and he's like, there's something in the call logs that's a hint. Huh. 5 calls from a payphone to his house. That's weird. Suddenly he has a lead to go on, but his goal is, Keiichi's goal seems to always be to not give the police enough ammunition to find out who killed him after his death. He did that in the last route, where he specifically didn't give the cops information and assumed that his like last will and testament would not be found out, despite the fact that like fucking everybody knew about it. And his house was probably fucking bugged. If nothing else, his house is also probably bugged. Anyway, Uishi says you've been missing, but you've been calling me every night? Say you're hiding. She's crying. Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong. Please, Shion, if something I said was wrong, say so. Shion, I'm begging you. She's still crying. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him... If Shion had the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, that meant... Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared. Or afterwards. And now she's laughing now. Oh boy, she's laughing. It's still laughing. It's still hee 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 hee. I'm not reading that. That's an entire page of laughter. It's an entire page of laughter. It's still going. It's still going. Beep, beep. Went the dial tone. Alright, so she started laughing and hung up. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she hung up on me. Okay, you have a phone in hand. Next part, call the cops. Either get out of your house or call the cops. Get out of your house or call the cops. Those are literally the only 2 choices Keiichi has right now. Get the fuck out of where you are so no one knows where you are. Or call the cops. Let's see if Keiichi can do either of those. But first we have some scrapbooks to cool us off from this spicy thing. I'm just gonna save because I'm paranoid about the game randomly. Although this game hasn't actually crashed. I'll still be paranoid about the game randomly crashing. The problem with twins. I mean, I'm thinking it's probably Mion calling us, but you know, who knows. This isn't limited to just Hinamizawa, but Onigafushi village, especially the 3 families, detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the 3 families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to literature, if twins were born, they had to be culled. With that, the fact that both Sonozaki's successor, Mion, and her twin Shion are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryu, is sympathetic? Maybe. Of course, twins are not cared for equally, and as the heir, I said hair. As the heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. Although Shion seems to be quite devious herself, my own observations of the two don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates the leader of the Sonozaki is to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there is an extremely high possibility Mion has such a tattoo on her back. On an unrelated note, Yakuza get giant-ass tattoos on their back. Just saying. From what I've heard, there's apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Oryu's back as well. And I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. No, I kind of want to do too. I like the way a lot of Yakuza tattoos look really good, man. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Hey, Kuro-chan, you're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already. Excuse me, miss. Where she handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the Mahjong Parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now. Uishi-san, good work today. Were you all earnestly waiting for me? You could have just done 3-player. Everyone sitting at the tables in the small parlor were Uishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere. Everyone, thank you for days of investigation without sleep. Thanks. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment. This situation is not looking good. Multiple disappearances. It's not looking good. The chief appears to have backed down due to Congressman Sonozaki's threats. In the coming days, we'll hand off Takano's murder to the Gifu police and give the missing persons case of the disappearance of the mayor and the others to the community division. That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed it. All our requests for warrants were turned down as well. I've even been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. We're certainly in a bind, that we are. Incidentally, it looks like I'll be getting orders soon to go training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. Oh, I suppose that ain't bad. He heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do. This always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside. For cars, you call JAF and they'll pry your door open. For incidents, Kuma, show him the map. Kumatani flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets. Now I've been doing this for a long time. I've got a lot of faith in my gut, and this could be the one time it was wrong. No? Anyone worried about their retirement money? Till the count of 10 to get out of here. Uishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution. 9, 10. Ah, no one's leaving. None of you love your families too much, is that it? Alright, everyone laughed uproariously, cheering things up. I want everyone to go over their materials. Memorize the locations, blind spots of all the security cameras. Kuma, you stand by the command car. If something happens, you switch with me and take over. Komiyama-kun, head up infiltration team A. Atsushi leads team B. Observation teams will set up at points 1 through 8. Bonshi-kun, you're responsible for keeping a strict timetable. Control your rotations so HQ doesn't get wise. Now, the team on standby has the most important job, right? If section chief asks where I am, play dumb. I'll handle escorting our guest. I'll probably take him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone. Wonderful cave. Keiichi my bar, that is. From what I've seen, we're set for tomorrow, or the day after in that regard. It'll be easy. So are they observing us? Are the cops observing us then? The cops are observing us and the Sonozaki estate, it looks like. That's fair. It's kind of unclear. Am I being are we being kidnapped by the cops, or are they trying to are they just doing a surveillance rotation, like a questionable surveillance rotation on us? Either way, I don't know why surveillance would be illegal. I think it's the observation of the Sonozaki estate that they're doing. And they're wondering if we're gonna crack. Well, thanks for the drink. The master of hydration himself. Alright. Keiichi. Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. Must be really hard for him. Normally my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. I think they're trying to get into the Sonozaki estate, but I wonder why they threw out the Keiichi stuff. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it'd be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? What do these teachers think our children are? Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up. At this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself, well, I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. Why are we still not calling the cops? After finding out for 100% certain that Shion is not Shion, instead of calling the cops, our character's just like, well, that's depressing. Like, yep, Shion's been murdered and someone's been pretending to be Shion for the last 3 days, but your response is not, holy fuck, I should call the cops. This is essential for figuring out who the fuck is killing everyone in town. You're just like, I'm sad. Shion's dead. Aww. How could I get myself killed fastest? Oh, I'll just chill out here. It'll be fine. Keiichi, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, you can take a few days off, right? 3 a.m. and need to sleep. Alright, take care, dude. I didn't feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. Ah, yes, you're the killer. I understand. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo. It was kind of funny, too, because there was no reason for you to go in there, either. You, intentionally dragged Shion into going there. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it? That's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything. Shion, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you had enough, right? Don't you I don't want to discuss all this. What if Rika's dance ends while we're messing around here? I prowled on as I took the lock from Tomatake's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Akano was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomatake grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders dropped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone further and further away. Rika's dance was still going on, and then alas, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I, too, until my hands turned red, clapped. And clapped. And you're daydreaming and it doesn't make sense to do so. Come on. Ding dong. That's the doorbell. Isn't that Rana-chan? She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she? I looked at the clock. It was 5 past my time to meet with Rana. Why have you not called Rana and told her you're not going to school? Keiichi, shouldn't you take a few days off from school? You're right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rana. Good morning. We're going to school as a group starting today. So you can't be late. Oh, that's right. If we, the ones furthest away, are late, the younger kids would be waiting for us. I think I'm going to take some time off from school. Okay. Rina answered shortly, nodding. I think you should do whatever's best for you, Keiichi-kun. You don't need to feel you're weak or anything. Oh, and here. It's a notice they're sending around. Did you give it to your mom? I think it has a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache. The police are looking as best they can too. They'll find them for sure. Just be patient. Okay. So I'd like to point out that in this plot line, we have no reason to suspect Reina of doing anything suspicious. We should probably tell her that like Mion's twin sister is fucking missing, and that someone's been impersonating her, so that she knows that if we think she's on our side. He's like, hey, Shion's fucking dead too, by the way. Just so you know, like, Mion's twin sister, the one you've met literally one time in your entire life, fucking dead. But I guess we're not going to tell her, right? Reina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she wanted to believe they were safe. Reina, you're not going to question me? No. Reina, you know, don't you? About that night? You mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded. Oh, it's all out in the open. I shouldn't do bad things like that. Chan was really mad, though she was upset. I suppose she would have been. I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there, though. As much about you hiding it from her. Maybe Keiichi, you should have told her yourself and apologized. I should have told her myself and apologized? That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something I should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. And with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Reina, you're right. I never realize anything till you tell me. Keiichi, hypothetically, if you'd admitted you'd done something wrong right away and apologized to Mi-chan, I wonder Rika and Satoko wouldn't have had to disappear. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Reina telling me right now, though? I should have admitted my crime sooner. If I'd done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? That wouldn't have made sense. She murdered her own sister. He would have been dead anyway. They would have been dead anyway. Like, Shion's fucking dead, so fucking everyone's dying anyway. Reina's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent. And they stared fixedly. Tell her Shion's fucking dead, you idiot. Yeah, you're right. If I admitted my crime sooner, Rika and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack. The palm of Reina's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all. I don't understand this. I don't think anyone scolded you, Keiichi-kun. I'll scold you in their place, okay? I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly apparently, stared at Reina's feet. Going somewhere you're not allowed to is a very bad thing to do. You understand that? It's serious, Reina. Serious Reina's kind of cute, though. Answer me with a yes. Keiichi? Yes. Also, what's even worse, you didn't admit to having done something so bad. You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting it or apologizing is much worse. Yeah, I was wrong. For a few moments, Reina stared at me silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled. Okay then, it's about time. I should be going. Alright. Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay? Also warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark. Are there several copies of the notice? I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages came out of the clasp and were making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single more lighthearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Okay, we've tied it all together now. Homemade soy sauce. So the soy sauce. Okay, so if he's seeing that, what he's thinking is, they didn't go to a store to buy more soy sauce. They went to the Sonozaki house because they're the ones. They make their own soy sauce, and that's what she likes to use. What is this? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. Oh boy. They'd gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over. is what it said. As a PS, they said it arrived in barrels and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. Okay, let's think again, ladies and gentlemen. Someone was stuffed in a barrel and had gasoline poured on them and burned. Barrels. Curious. Kano. Very interesting. The Kano was killed in the barrel. That's interesting. And a 2-liter bottle leather container that connects Rika and Satoko. Interesting. That's how it tied together. If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house, Reina. Did you know all along? Yeah, I knew. Reina had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house, and since she knew where she'd gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Uishi say the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozakis. Didn't he also say the current leader was old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and inviting him to her house, and then she made him disappear too. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion's part of the family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all. I'm going to Mion. I'll go apologize. I'm gonna have her put end to things. Dude, at this point, just say fuck Mion. Kill everyone. Kill the whole fucking city. Mion probably won't forgive me, but I'll go ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there's no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Reina to exit the house. When she stopped me. I'm going to. Reina, shouldn't you go to school? No, I work directly with the cult. / gang / what have you. She works directly with the nice men in white coats. It's way more important than school. Reina, you shouldn't come. If you get wrapped up in this, I think I might actually go crazy. Reina didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way. If Keiichi disappeared as well, then I think I might actually go crazy too, so I won't let you go alone. Reina argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and knew then the strength of her resolve. Alright, let's go. Thanks, Reina. Reina nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed, and we'll put an end to these twisted days. I like how our character's response to coming to the conclusion of exactly who's killing everybody is that he should go kill himself instead of calling the cops. I mean, I know it's the Yakuza, and the Yakuza will just be like, well, you're fucked, deal with it. Or the cops will just be like, well, you're fucked, it's the Yakuza, we work with them. Like, the cops won't actually do anything, but I'm just saying, like, as someone who's reacting to knowing his friends were Yakuza was to, like, not give a shit, and now suddenly he's like, well, they're omnipotent gods, I guess I'll just sacrifice myself to them. It seems really weird to go from being like, I don't care if they're Yakuza, they don't do shady shit, to being like, oh, the Yakuza are killing everyone. Well, I guess I'll go ask for mercy. I mean, the last 2 people they asked for mercy from got murdered, so why not? It seems really stupid, but hey, our character seems to just want death anyway, so... Alright, Twisted Days will end for this day. This year's killings will end. After that, I pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. Bear in mind that, in the previous run, our character didn't go in the storehouse and got murdered anyway. So, our character literally knew nothing and didn't go in the storehouse and got fucking murdered, so he was going to be murdered anyway. So, like, even with our additional knowledge, we also know it's completely pointless to go and talk to her because she's just going to try and murder him. With Reina following me, I left the house. Also, Reina's working with me on, so it's like double bad to go with Reina. Now you have the extra. In front of the house, there's a car waiting. Miss Uishi. Good morning, Maibara. You too, Ryugu-san. Together so early in the morning? You make me jealous. What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he'd been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was a good opportunity. You're from the police. Oh, I've not introduced myself, Ryugu. Please excuse my rudeness. My name's Uishi from the Okanomiya Police Department. Pleased to meet you. Are we telling Uishi-san? Yeah, I think my fault is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi, but you should leave me a chance out to these people. Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up my heart. We have something to tell you, Uishi-san. Well now, what about? Should we stand here and talk, or go inside the car? In the car, please. I continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Reina was. At Reina's urging, I revealed everything to Uishi. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while. How do you feel? Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me? Uishi asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up to now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started emitting static. This is Kubatani. Uishi, over. Yes, hello, this is Uishi. We got news a few minutes ago. She's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Our target's still in the premises. Good, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger. Cars 3 and 7 just arrived for support. We've returned to base. Also, I think Division Chief's looking for you, Uishi. He keeps annoying me too, even though I keep telling you I'm trying to get in touch. What should I do? If you're hard pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me for my morning nap. Got it. The radio grew silent. Sorry. It was about work. He just said there's no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he? Oh my, did it sound like that to you? This won't do. Please keep that a secret, alright? I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Uishi suspected Mion for a long time. Not for questioning witnesses or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really. The Sonozaki's house of defenses, said to protect the family members, are also in full working condition. Without a warrant, we can't do anything unless the crime happens right in front of us. Uishi-san? Jupi? Reina's tone of voice was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Uishi. Can't set foot in the Sonozaki house. Were you trying to get Keiichi to go in there instead? Reina, that's... What do you mean? This person just thought he plays really dirty. Stop, you're hurting my reputation. That said, I'm all ears for your explanation, okay? Uishi lit a cigarette and responded to Reina, wearing an expression implying he's calm and willing to let the comment slide. You can't get a warrant, but you always had eyes on Michin because you thought she was suspicious. Yeah? You plotted to incite Keiichi and have him go to the Sonozaki house. If something were to happen to him, you'd have used that as an excuse to go in. Isn't that right? I only understood half of what Reina was saying. I mean, that's obvious, but yeah. Sure, that's fine. I don't even have a problem with that. Like I said, this guy doesn't care about our life, and we're getting people killed, apparently. I knew, however, that Uishi had been trying to use me. Even if Keiichi got hurt as a result. Have you no shame? Is this how the police do things? Honestly, it's the 80s. I think this is fair. I think this is fair. I think this is fair. The Yakuza own the police, and the Yakuza own the police, the local government, the state government, and have like half of Congress in their pocket. Like, if you want to attempt to stop obvious crimes from happening, you legitimately have to do some. You have to do something that's against the law. You absolutely have to if you want to actually do your job as a cop. It's like, think of it this way: if they literally find evidence, the DA will not prosecute. We already know how this goes. It's like anytime there are really strong gangs of power, or especially in the Yakuza, because in 80s Japan, this is where the government is not just subtly working with the Yakuza, they are openly working with them and endorsing them. Like, to the point where, like, Japan's worked with the Yakuza to the point where the Yakuza can literally have buildings that say they're Yakuza buildings on them. Like, it doesn't get, it's not just like, oh yeah, there might be some, it's like, there are times in Japanese history where you could literally publicly announce that you are part of an illegal gang and doing illegal shit, and the cops will just be like, yeah, it's fine, if you're Yakuza. So, like, it's not like they're just like, oh yeah, there's a couple corporate, it's like, literally no one will prosecute you. Because that's how the Japanese used to control riots and shit. That's what they use. If there's protests, they send the Yakuza. They pay the Yakuza to go interrupt people. People are complaining about something, send the Yakuza. We don't like it, send the Yakuza. They just work hand in hand. The Yakuza do all the illegal shit, the police do all the quote-unquote above board shit. And then when the Yakuza do illegal shit, they don't care. I'm enjoying the delicious, delicious water. Delicious, delicious taste of water. Is that police do things? In the 80s? I guess so. It seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Oh my, oh my. Would you be interested in taking out an exam? I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division. You're despicable. Raina spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility. To be fair, there's literally nothing he can do. Unless he literally, he has to be A, working with straight cops, and B, witness a crime with his own two eyes to maybe be able to get anything done. And maybe the best he could do was just pull at his baton or gun and shoot them. That's the best he could maybe do. I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life. One or two words from a young girl is always the roughest for me. I don't even blame Wishi at this point. I think he's always doing really... He's doesn't care about Keiichi, but I actually don't care. I don't think that's a terrible thing for his situation. I understand where he's coming from. Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Michan yet. Don't mention it. Wishi seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Reina. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him. Now then, as two esteemed friends of Mion and Sonozaki, what do you plan on doing now? Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant? No, you won't wait for that. We'll go and make Michan surrender herself. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps, was the only pity I could find in me to afford her. I see. I wonder if it will go that well. Well, if you're careless, you might face danger, you know. Wishi was measuring her resolve. In a strong voice, I declared, we're prepared. Wishi gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. I mean, he's a cop. Like, come on, guys. It's like Police Officers 101. They don't care about you. They care about solving crimes. If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse. So my greatest hope is you'll surround the place so the criminal can't get away. Ryugu, you're good at negotiating too. I'm throwing in the towel. I surrender. What are you talking about? If the police surround Michan's house, then that'll be insurance for the worst case scenario. For the worst case. It'd be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it? Wishi Takuma. This is Kumatani, go ahead. Our two friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house. Make arrangements so we can reinforce them if needed. Roger. Their altogether too short conversation implied our questioning was already part of their plans. And let's get going. Want to buy some tea biscuits on the way there? Neither Reina nor I went with Wishi's stupid joke. Wishi stopped the car at a place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard it's right down this road. This is as far as I can take you. According to our information, there's quite a few security cameras set up on the premises. Still, don't worry. I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and willing to flip past him and go in. We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you two give a loud scream, we'll know right away. We'll persuade her for sure. Please be ready for her to turn herself in. In both our eyes was determination. The only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend. Be plenty careful, you hear? You probably don't believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible. You're right about that. That rude response without the car. If nothing else, it looks better on him if they don't die and he's a hero. In theory. It looks better for everyone else if they're not dead. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this to be happening today. Let's go. Keiichi-kun. Reina took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been. Reina, you've been to Mion's before, right? Yep, a few times. It's a really big house. You could fit a mountain inside their backyard too. You can pick mushrooms and stuff, although there's fences everywhere. Big enough to fit a mountain. That's amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, head of the family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along the edges, and beyond them, woods with trees growing thickly. Fences were high, the tops bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. And there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung here and there along the fence. Private property of Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. This forest, or should I say mountain. Is this all their yarn? It's more like their domain. As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains it. The forest isn't really the kind you can go hiking. You could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Ueshi said, there were security cameras all over the place. Though they'd been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional. If Neon's watching us, does it come to me? I don't think she is. The only people living in Michan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all. There's nobody here to watch the cameras. What a useless security system. Well, Michan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with, so whenever anyone in the family's getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly. Right. Mion's father, a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Reina smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate as big as I'd imagined appeared. Was she living by herself with a grandmother? Such a grand gateway, really? I wonder if she's here. I wonder if she's here. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? Mion didn't seem that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed as if she knew we were coming beforehand. We stayed home today. Keiichi, it's one thing, but you two, Reina? You two are such troublemakers. Mion smiled slightly in a way that the Mion we knew always did. Well, let's not stand here. Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment looking at Reina. Let's go. Reina smiled cheerfully as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear a mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place. I mean, that's a big-ass pond. There's another big-ass pond. There's, like, a roundabout. Might be a walking path, but it's still a roundabout walking path. That's, like, with, like, multiple trees in the center. That's pretty big. Looks like there's at least, like, a 2- or 3-story house there. This is the first time you've been here, Keiichi? Yeah. This house is enormous. Deep thatched roofs aren't in fashion anymore. This place could be a tourist attraction. I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt. Don't worry about it. Things have been dangerous lately. Gotta do at least this much during the daytime. Yeah, right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw a hint of a shadow in her smile. Well then, good sir, madame, I shall show you inside. Please come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel and pivoted on her heel, beginning to walk. Reina gripped my stiffening arm lightly. Keiichi, Keikun, you're too dense. We came to see Michan, remember? You don't need to be that nervous. Right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Yeah. Just don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Seriously. Like, worried you're gonna die? Easy, just don't be nervous. I'll take that advice. Alright, thanks, man. Imminent death? Don't be nervous. Thanks, I hadn't thought about that. Like, come on. Even if something were to happen, there were 2 of us. Keiichi's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was gone and laughed at myself. What's this? Mion, what's with this stone on top of the newspapers? It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rana noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled. Rana, do you know? What's this? Some kind of good luck charm? If you don't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes there. Keiichi, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone. Huh? Oh, you're right. That's for people, but swallows still come in without permission and make nests. Must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they make a nest there. It's kind of annoying, though. In other words, it's a sign to not take off your shoes here because swallow poop could end up in them. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two. A long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated silkworms. Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows. We need to give it that way. Maybe this is just our desserts. Anyway, come on in. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either. Apart from the winter. You're kidding, right? There's a terrible draft, and the winters are freezing, called it. Don't go making my house into property of cultural significance getting in the way of renovations, okay? What I want most is a house like yours, Keiichi. I'm pretty jealous of it. It seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but snowfall seems like it could be a problem. Snowfall's a problem? Is Hinamizawa get that much snow? Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm? We're in the mountains. Haha, you don't know, Keiko? Hinamizawa is an area that gets heavy snowfall. When we get a lot, everyone gets buried. Sometimes you can't even get out of your house. Sometimes your car gets totally buried too, and you can't find where it is. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad. He said something like this place got plenty of snow, so we'd have fun building igloos. Enough snow that you can't get out of your house on a regular basis. That sounds like fun. Yeah, fun. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. And you're in the country, so you can't do shit about it too. You remember from geography class, right? The western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia. We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean. I'm okay with being a softie and nice and warm. I'm with Keiichi here. I hate the cold. We'll have to have a training camp to get Keiichi used to cold this winter then. No way. There's no way that's happening. I hate the cold and I hate training camps. I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had and told us she'd bring us some tea and left her seat for the moment. Still, there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter. I bet our club will be a blast then. Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible. Like swimming in the cold, marching in the snow. When did we turn into Mount Redhorn? There's definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season. One time she made us have a Rio Carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events. We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow. Wait, why is everything outside? Can we not play tabletop games in a nice warm room while it's snowing? But Keiichi, if you're saying things like that, you're gonna lose a lot this winter. Oh no. I'd rather be dead. I'd rather be dead. Sorry, Keiichi. We'll have lots of punishment games and Reina won't lose. Don't give me that, huh? I settled things with the cross. Chop to the head. Bonk. You're sure having fun. Our walls aren't very thick. Be careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set. Time to get poisoned. Do you want sesame seeds on your rice? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff. It's okay, it's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Reina's face. Oh, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Reina's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air was like a warm spring day until a moment ago slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We didn't come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea, and during that time both Reina and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Here you are, drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement to those natural words of courtesy. There's no poison in it or anything. You just trust me that much? That's upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. I wouldn't drink that tea. Hoping someone else would speak up first. There was, however, one thing we didn't want to do. And so we sat for a long time. And at last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak. Hey now, Keiichi and Reina. You're the guests. Didn't you come here for something? If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do. Reina and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Reina opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her. Keiichi, it's okay. I needed to come here. Let me talk first. Okay, I understand. What would Keiichi have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, baby. Can't do that. My little Reina and Keiichi aren't meant for each other. Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. She said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mion, first. I have something to apologize for. Oh, you do? What for? Mion pretended she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly got my point across. Well, on the night of Watanagashi, the ritual store is behind the shrine. I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I probably shouldn't have done it, so I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I admit it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere if I raised my head anyway. Right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down so long, Mion told me to stop. You got me there. I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight. You got me on the ropes. I looked up to see Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly. If you understand that even though it's a casual explanation for you, Keiichi, there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter, then it's okay. There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as Romans do. It's been days since that. It may be too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please forgive me. I could feel tears welling up within me. If I'd done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. It's okay. You know what we do is bad, that's enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it. Keiichi, Keiichi's apologizing seriously. I think maybe you should respond seriously as well. I am being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Reina? No, you don't. You don't. Reina was giving her tit for tat, and the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. I came here to speak from the heart like this, and it's felt like she isn't taking this seriously. Obviously, Reina isn't fond of that. Keiichi, you can get up now. Let's tell her everything. That looks like what Michin wants too. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip. Mion, you called Rika and Satoko the day before last, right? I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it? This evening, it was evening before dinner time. Rika should have come here, bring a bottle of soy sauce. Have you share some with her. Mion was trying to keep from showing a reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Why do you think that? It's not hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika's room. Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking. There's chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. And the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. What? Is that why she'd come here? Mion, drop the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? You'd share your soy sauce? Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we'd found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her. Then, Mi-chan, you? Rika-chan? You hit her. Reina hesitated for a moment. I could tell she didn't want to use the word erase, and that she was struggling to find another word. That was supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you, anyway. What are you talking about? You didn't foresee that Rika would tell Satoko she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? Then Satoko called. Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah, you probably just like that. You sound just like her. Mi-chan, you're in a bit of a bind then, because someone knew Rika came here. You decided to lure Satoko here too. Lure her out? Like how, I wonder? Mion prodded Reina on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I'd been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her finger. She'd clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was a slight thing, and only I, who'd been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Reina was saying must have been a bullseye. It probably went like this. Satoko, I actually made too much dinner today. Why not come over and eat? Rika came earlier and already ate something like that. Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee. There's no recordings of the phone conversation or anything. How do you know that much? I know it because the dinner that Satoko made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in their refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Reina. With just that to go on, how did she even guess what we said over the phone? It's a long explanation. I'll get to the point. Contents of the refrigerator provide a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. That's... I had no idea. It's such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you'd figure everything down to the phone conversation. Just from what's inside the fridge. You got me there. You got me. You got me. As if a damned person, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion lost a detective punishment game. Or the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun it would have been if that were true. An incredible detective. Mi-chan, you're the one who guessed what Uishi-san told us. He called me an incredible detective too. As soon as she heard Uishi's name, Mion began to display panic more clearly, so anyone would be able to tell. Yeah, the police suspected you for a long time now. Hey, I'm a little bit confused here. So in the previous route, Reina was 100% down for murdering us for literally no reason, alongside Mion and her Yakuza buddies. I don't know why Reina is kind of like on our side here. I'm waiting for the twist where Reina betrays us. And it's like, I'm just showing off to have fun. Or some shit. Like, I want to see the twist where Reina somehow backstabs us. We suspect you for a long time. Uishi-san's officers had the house under observation so they could break in at any time. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Reina's facial expressions. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion accepted the fact the police encircled the house. Was the man, Mi-chan too? Were Tomitaki and Takano, you as well? Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could see clearly the impatience in their eyes, which were feigning calm. At last, Mion, who'd been sitting here lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. And at that moment, the atmosphere of the room changed completely. Her expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn, you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment, I like how the sprite hasn't changed at all. Mion ceased to be Mion, but changed into Sonozaki, heir of the Sonozaki house. We may as well. When we say heir, like we say hair like heir, so it's clearly a house instead of house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and entirely different from that of the Mion I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the clan. She quietly placed both hands on the tatami mat, and gave a beautifully elegant bow as if this were really a tea ceremony, and named herself. We meet for the first time. I am heir to the Sonozaki house. My name is Mion. Her movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rana and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we couldn't imagine the normal her doing. I'd like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today. I'll greet you all in the place of our leader, Oryu. It seemed as though you have various things you'd like to ask. If I can be of any assistance, I'd like to answer without concealing anything. What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she'd answer anything we asked. That was a strong light of resolve in her eyes. It's really alright if we ask anything, though? I shall tell you everything I know. That's why you've come here, after all. Ran and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask. However, we hesitated on what we should ask first. The first question Rana gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know. Alright. Why would you do this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. There wasn't anything to kill anyone over it in the storehouse. It seemed really pointless. Like, if you want to get rid of the, like, you could say that, like, what, who cares if there's torture implements in the fucking shrine? Like, no one gives a shit. That didn't only go for weekends at Toko. It went for the mayor, Takano, Tomitake. Even further back, for all the incidents that have been occurring every year. Yeah, why murder, it seems a little bit pointless. For a while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague, and tried to put it in more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak. To answer that question will take some time. If that's acceptable, however, I would, by all means, like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. We spoke with the clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. You know, Hinamizawa Village used to be called Onigafuchi Village. Rana nodded lightly and shot a glance, asking me if I did. Yeah, we knew that. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi Village, yes. I heard all about that from Takano in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, capable of magic. That's right. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi Village were proud transcendents descended from demons. Those in the villages at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them. Nevertheless, that all decayed with the end of the Tokugawa. The black ships arrived, the era of the samurai ended, the era of national isolation ended, and the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi Village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were to be detested. That was the kind of era it became. The Meiji era began, and the name of Onigafuchi, with its long history, was changed to Hinamizawa. I've heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase old customs. The abolition of feudal domains, the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level as the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, old traditions were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi were proud transcendents descended from demons. And the village disappeared in a flash, and at last Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so it could stand as a power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war, the First Sino-Japanese War, the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At that time, Onigafuchi had already lost its impenetrability. The villagers once worshipped as transcendents were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. The sacred Onigafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable disease, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. And thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because of filthy germs that were rampant there. Children who came into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children, "If you get lost in Hinamizawa, you'd be kidnapped by demons and devoured. Never go near the terrifying village of man-eating demons." That's what he taught them. Another said, drain of famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds and cooked and ate them to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigashima historically accurate. Their historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was manifested by the people's anxiety towards uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from the village, you'd be turned down from any job you applied for. People would go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. They'd appeal that where one came from wasn't important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage. Crimea River? That's terrible. I heard about such discrimination towards them. I'd like to point out that they were literally, until the Meiji era started, they were literally taking people as human sacrifices and eating them. So, it's like, they're discriminating against me. You were eating people you were eating people 2 years ago. Why the fuck would I work with you? Like, I feel like that's reasonable discrimination to be like, you literally demanded that people near you, you literally took people from your entire village, collectively stole people from villages near them, ritually tortured them to death, and then ate them. Like, you seriously want someone who's like, that was a good tradition, we should do it again, to be like, hired at wherever you're working? Like, just imagine that for you. It's like, oh, you're a cannibal. Yeah, I'd love to be your friend. Yeah, let's get married. I'm totally not gonna get fucking murdered. Like, yeah, I'm gonna, like, yeah, a little bit ballsy to, you know, hang out with cannibals. A little bit brave. I think that's a reason. I think being a cannibal is a good reason to discriminate against someone. Like, okay, they're actively murdering people and pissed off that they're not able to actively murder people anymore? Like, are you serious? I've heard about discrimination towards those in small villages in civic class. Just because others knew you were from a hamlet, you'd be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was. I feel like you can say, like, it's unreasonable to discriminate on someone because they're from, like, a small village and you know, they may not be, like, as worldly or whatever as you. Like, they may not be a big city person. That's like unreasonable because there's not. But it's literally like, hey, they're literally cannibals. Like, and they're still killing people. Like, I don't. It's like, yeah, it's like you're a serial killer. I don't want to be next on your list of fucking victims, man. I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recall being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan. On the list of reasons to discriminate against people, being a cannibal and actively murdering people is a pretty reasonable choice. Like, yes, why did you not hire this person? They literally kill and eat people. Are you sure? Yeah, they literally took someone from our village last year, so we're not gonna hire them. Oh, well, okay. I suppose I can't say they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain after all. They struck fear into villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans, all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There were too many ways to count. They'd send us their husbands and sons to war. And the women on the home front would suffer greatly too. Yeah. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Hinamizawa lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were many who didn't come back. I mean, you lost the war. A lot of people died. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, their return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say they should rebuild it once again and got to work trying to make it even a little more plentiful. And during that time, someone appeared who built the fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki. Sohei said he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland, and when it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned foods. He hid them somewhere in Sato Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price in the black market, earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, head of the Sonozaki. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property. So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family. That vast fortune was the reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. Okay, with that, Hinamizawa came to life, and that's how the family established its current prosperity. Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who succeeded freely supported those who followed. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. Sonozaki, center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization. The person at the middle of it all was your Nana, right, Michan? That's amazing! What a great success! Mion looked like she was honestly happy Reina praised her. However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again. Because of the canned flesh incident. Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous, just hearing it made me nauseous. Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei Sonozaki's superior confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans, they were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. And the shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provisions from the old army that had been a cornerstone of the village's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. In reality, his job had been to exterminate pestilent mice and transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, he had returned safely without being sent to the front lines, or detained, perhaps that was the only fortunate thing that happened to him. Finally, he was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There were, however, things he found something even worse than the low, scorn-depressing customs of Onigafuchi in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological core in the Japanese army or whatever? Keiichi, you've heard of that? Yeah. What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that, oh look, we're getting a history lesson. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims, how many days it would be when injected, how many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. Makes me sick. I still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. Unit Sohei was in did kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke all over the battlefront. Food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after the other. Oh yeah. The Wikipedia link. Yeah, that's why I said it was. We're getting a nice history lesson about Unit 731. This part is mostly true. what this guy specifically is doing and whether or not he is real is probably not true, but the messed up stuff, Unit 731, that's about accurate. So is this part where there was fuck tons of food shortages in the Japanese army. They had a lot of trouble supplying their troops with etiquette food as they pressed out in literally every direction. Except for into Russia. They didn't declare war on Russia. Russia declared war on them after the bombs got dropped. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently that's where the research started. At first it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. Very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working off the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo. What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? Rain and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer. That's right. They were researching ways to handle using people as food. Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies became the ultimate service paid to their country. They were deathly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they'd gone above and beyond that. Apparently he always thought about it too. Even if he was a vulgar man-eating demon, there were far more ugly demons than him. So no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. At last they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. It was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves. They stamped the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers in the front lines loved all the prototypes they were sent. Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce, like it was sukiyaki, loved it the most. Come on, me shit, stop. I'm getting sick to my stomach. No, keep going. Raina was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. I mean, if you want to stop your village being labeled a place where people eat, a place filled with cannibals, it's probably a good idea not to experiment on best ways to kill and eat people. Come on, man. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. And those canned goods your grandpa brought back? I don't know if it's true. Sahe denied it was human flesh until the day he died. However, those who begrudged his sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and rocks thrown at them. Well, the stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated and discriminated against. Again. How must they attach worth and rank to it? Again. Killing and eating people. Again. Like, I'm not feeling so bad for you. I'm not feeling so bad for you. Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? Did you miss the part where, like, Mion killed, like, 4 people? Mion had, like, 5 people killed this week. Like, are you kidding? Why can't we all enjoy life together? Mion killed 5 people. Oh. My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then 2 of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they throw stones at 2 of us? Of course, the answer was simple. If they throw stones at 2, come back with 4. If they chased 8, drive them with 16. If they slander 30, yell with 60. And finally the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000? And the answer was simple. If 1,000 attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand against them. A manifesto to spur people into action. My grandmother rose up as not only the leader of the Sonozaki, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955, a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle in action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against all. It didn't matter whether one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult was treated unfairly, men, women, young and old would band together and stand against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you'd be in trouble. They probably figured if they could make others think that, they'd win. Keiichi, you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? I recalled how much of an impression it left on me. The people of Hinamizawa boldly came to our rescue, yet the people of Okonomi averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved. My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned. Of course, it had been placed on a razor's edge. When you consider the previous 100 years, the tranquility can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales. Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Probably. Yet I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony? Didn't Oyashiro remain in its world to watch over that? It's a fairy tale. I mean, even if those people and demons are real, the Oyashiro who mediated between them wasn't. That why Oshiro-sama's curse happens? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clean hair. She kept her refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer. So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onogufuchi, that we may again be a sacred existence worthy of worship. That was the wish of our ancestors in Onigafuchi, and the mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozakis. Main family. So, those who inherit the demon? For generations, the Sonozakis had a custom of including the character for demon in the leaders' names. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, right. The character for demon is in there. Not only in my name either, the demon's engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing. It's okay, Michan. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. It's just that exchange. I guess what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her, there's a permanent seal, like a tattoo or marking, proof she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room, and she quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders were something I couldn't imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, really heavy, history of Hinamizawa weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Reina wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of cicadas drowned out the silence. And at last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured. The serial incidents happening over the last 5 years. I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others. Some were not the family, but rather related to the others, the Kimiyoshi and the Furude. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it all without turning around with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew. I have faith in what I've done and don't feel any guilt. If I did, perhaps it'd be that I have to leave the stage before the heir is decided. If I'm caught and tried in a court of law, I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Being able to retire with Hinamizawa, it's most peaceful it's been in 100 years, could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door and slid down it, flopping onto the ground. It was an act of such resignation that seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion. I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try and struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Reina's ringing voice filled the room. Rika and Satoko, you killed them, didn't you, Misha? The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me. I mean, she did murder at least 2 of her friends. Like, come on, man. How sad can you feel for her? I'm not saying it's okay if you killed other people. Guard this, Michan. You killed Rika and Satoko. Reina's words were more biting than any I'd ever heard. You murdered 2 of your friends and your sister. Like, I'm not sure what you expect for pity, Kara. Come on, man. Thank you, Reina. I don't know why Reina's not on Mion's side this time, but at least it seemed like she's doing alright. Even now, we knew all the heavy history pressing on Mion. She had criticized her for killing her friends. Just as I bared the duty of the Sonozaki, Rika bore the duty of the Furude family, and that duty was to protect the storehouse. My chest tightened. I learned around last year Rika had said something about it. The bars in the storehouse were too heavy for her. She wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy. He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika. I'll make sure to guard it. I want to replace the lock with something later. I replied on behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak deaths, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro. You shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi, Old Man Kimiyoshi, he... If it's that difficult for you, Rika, I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock and switch it to a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is this really alright? Nana says if it's possible, we should keep the lock the same. It'll be fine, you're quite the worrywart. If something happens, this old man will take the responsibility. Promise? You mean you'll take responsibility as leader of the Kimiyoshi, right? You should be aware of how sacred the things inside really are. It's okay. There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who'd open the lock and break in. I just want to, like, stop and think for a second. So, she doesn't believe in Oyashiro-sama or any of their religious bullshit being real, but she's still killing people for it. That's really stupid. That's like a pretty bad motive. That's a pretty bad motive. Yeah. Ooh. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell on the tatami mat. I'd already heard of the thieves entering the storehouse during the Watanagashi festival. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within a day. At the time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika and Old Man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped. Until now, I decided it was Mion's fault that she killed Rika and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. Wait, how is it? Yeah, whatever. I might as well have killed them all. Keiichi-kun. Okay, I don't understand why he's feeling guilty here. If Takano and... If the 2 T's, whatever their names are, Takano and what are they one? Totomaki or whatever his name is? That guy. If they... Rika and Kimiyoshi would have been dead if he wasn't there. If he and Shion had been off in Tokyo partying, those two would still... Rika would still be dead and Kimiyoshi would still be dead. Why are you so sad about it being your fault when she just admitted to you that it's 100% not your fault they died and that they would have died whether or not you went in there? Because Takano was going to go in regardless. I had a chance to stop this tragedy and yet I didn't. Deep curiosity got the better of me and I didn't. At the time, I'd stopped us from sneaking into the storehouse. Rika and the others would have had to die. Nothing would have happened. We'd be spending our days having fun like we always did. I was an idiot. By shedding tears. Look, if he'd done literally nothing, they would still be dead. If he'd done something, it probably wouldn't have worked. And he had no way of knowing that it would be a dangerous thing. Or that it was even risky, because it's... And even Mion doesn't believe it's real ritual implements. Anyway, then I would have filled up the room with them. By shedding tears, I could take it back. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed. Keiichi, you're not at fault. Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to cheer me up. As leader of Sonozaki, I needed to act. But given the history of the family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting that aside. I mean, you did murder people for a bunch of useless tools that you don't even believe in. I feel like that's like the worst motive to have. You're like, this ritual stuff isn't real. Oyashiro-sama isn't real, but I'm gonna murder a bunch of my friends for it. I'm gonna murder a bunch of my friends for stuff I don't believe in. That seems really stupid. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those two. I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I didn't stop. I gave in to the easy role handed to me, and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends. Or even sensibility. It doesn't really make sense to murder people for this. So that's my crime. I killed them. Mion Sonozaki, with these hands, killed them, and nothing whatsoever changed. Nothing! Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful. Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition. Huh? As I looked at her, surprised, Reina stuck her finger right at my forehead. You left Keikun alive. As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but you didn't kill him. That's right. Mion was so cunning, nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people were sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. That's because today she randomly decided not to murder you. She'll murder you in another timeline. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief only I would be left alive. Why didn't I kill him? As a demon, I can't begin to guess. Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you. What's that supposed to mean? Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say Reina didn't need to talk. Is Uishi waiting outside? Yes. Anyway, no. They said they have the place surrounded. It seemed like they called a lot of callers over the radio. I think they have their entire property surrounded. Mion fell silent. Reina's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help. Please, turn yourself in. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little. Go with you. We'll never leave a friend by herself. Crying children and Reina are the only things I can't beat. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are, even if they accept me turning myself in. I'll probably never be able to come back here. You will probably face the death penalty, and probably deserve it. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. She killed like 15 people. So many that maybe recommending she turn herself in was in a way extremely cruel. So I'd like you to hear one last selfish request. Oh, what's that? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Keiichi. Huh? My name suddenly came up and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that. Keiichi-kun, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, I won't make you. You're right, it's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon. And Kei-chan's a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. Okay, right now the duty of handling this had fallen to me and me alone. Okay. Do you want to spend 30 minutes talking to Mion? I don't know if I'd want to talk to Mion for 30 minutes. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and yet she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I don't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure. Alright, we're just going. It's fine. Thank you. I'd like to thank you too, Keiichi-kun. Reina stood up. It looked like she'd keep her promise with Mion and leave. It's fine, Reina. You can wait right here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan. If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. If there's any volumes you like, you may as well take them. I don't want to. Kei-chan's book belonged to Mi-chan. Reina couldn't bring them back home with her so freely. Not even if they're cute? You're such a good kid, only at times like this. Mion took Reina's head and rubbed it violently like I always did. Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway when Reina silently stopped me. Alright, Reina, what are you stopping us for? Take care of Mi-chan. Yeah. Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back. I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she had been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent. Watch out, so you don't make her lose her temper, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice, so I might have to put an end to it myself. Reina had already thought that far ahead. Right. I won't let that happen. Reina rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them. Okay, let's go after her. We go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Reina sobbing from the other side of the paper door. Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons? Maybe it just had to happen that way, but it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This is the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears drain it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this? Can I hold your arm? It was such a modest request. I don't mind. With my permission, her face lit up with glee like a child being given a toy, and she took my arm. You get kind of nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking, for example, that I've suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything? You two say the same things. I don't think that at all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been a week ago. I'd been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, the blood flowing, I could feel their living sensations were all exactly the same. I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. Either through our regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. But right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? My right and left hand? I don't think you can describe them as getting along or not. That's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by the scale of how well we get along. It doesn't sound like they got along well at all. For example, one of your hands is dominant. There'll always be a better hand. If you only had one oven mitt, you'd put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it's like that for us. It doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing the left hand. It's just that kind of unexplainable relationship. I think maybe you live too close together and stopped being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of you and when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you're jealous of a thing that doesn't exist. We used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people, but now that we have such distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. Were they cursed or self-conscious? A relationship's hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that's not an issue someone like me should intrude on. Anyway, just staying silent and nodding gently is the best way to advance the conversation. Okay, you're going with that? Sure. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest area we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small. It's huge. You must have had a great time playing in it as kids, right? Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, and thinking back on her younger sister, who she'd gotten rid of with her own hands. Yeah, it's like, let's give her 30 minutes to reminisce. Oh yeah, remember the part where she murdered her sister? Forget that part. There's no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. I don't know why we're showing Mion so much mercy, but alright. Mion suddenly stopped and turned. Shion is still alive. Really? Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly. Yeah. I've been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but deep down she didn't completely detest her, so I took my other hand and rustled her hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion, too. She might have become a demon and led many to their deaths. But she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then she quietly said, "Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen." I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices until now, and looking at them would mean accepting Rika and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting my best friend had done it. It's already happened. It's in the past. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I'll personally end everything. I was taken back by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Reina had told me. Mion might not surrender herself, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'd still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was... well, something. It had already happened. Doesn't matter what I see. Yeah? Mion is the best friend I could ever have. It won't change. It never will. This guy is, alright. Interesting choice, but do your thing, buddy. I guess if you're not dying, why not? The tree chops softly swayed in the wind. It's better to have more information at this point than not, right? You and Reina both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Normally I'd say something rude, and evade the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking into the thick forest, the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mion Sonozaki is to you, but if you go inside, that Mion will probably... he won't change. I'll say it as many times as I need to. So Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. I clenched my fists. In this timeline, I guess we're best friends. Inside, there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. But even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and suffering. It'll never change that Mion's my greatest friend. I'm nothing more than a demon, so I don't understand human feelings anymore. I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you. Don't say it like it's not related to you. You're Mion. You're not a demon. You're a human with human blood. My friend. I mean, I don't know about the friend part, but the rest seems okay. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes and placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the doors opened, a stifling, rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All indicated it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had been just left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch blackness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel. You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right? The piles of torture instruments? All of them created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onikafuchi village. They were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. That was a long time ago. Watanagashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families, but thanks to Kimiyoshi and Furude going into decline and the way that times changed, actually carrying it out became fairly difficult. I can imagine. You'd never think people would be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan. That's why the Sonozaki built this. A secret place. We could continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi even in modern times. Ooh. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. Oh, it's the exact same background as in the storehouse. There's quite a few, isn't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. All the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real, but the things here were different. Every one had been well maintained, and kept in a state they could be used right away. Blades gleamed, spikes were sharpened, and perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst the slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall, attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has an impact, despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought up all different kinds of things to show off. As she said that, she pointed deeper into the torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner a pile of cushions. Seats for the audience. Watanagashi is a deterrent, after all. It wouldn't make sense if there's no guests. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway, except if Mion revealing this made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch, but I did the Watanagashi very well. Well, perhaps one spectator. Spectator. Me. I was watching the whole time Mion held the ceremony. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh. Back there's the prison. Is Shion there? She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she's probably trembling in fear at this moment, worrying about when she'd be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more the great cave showed itself in the faint light. You know, it'd be quite a crazy twist if it turns out Mion was actually Shion this whole time. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each of them was a prison. Where is everyone? Rika? Satoko? Oh, they're corpses? I grimaced at having it said. So, alright, yeah. That's right. The poor things being left here in the dark like this. I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. I'm sorry. So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi. You said it yourself, no matter what. Mion is your greatest friend. Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? Is that Shion? Keiichi? Is that you, Keiichi? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking through the gaps in the bars. It really was her. Are you Roger? Alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No. No! Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know everything was over yet. Calm down, Shion. Everything's over. Everything. I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams. Shion, how have you been? No more, please, no more. I don't want to see anyone else die. You hate me, just kill me already. I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me. Calm down, Shion. It's all over now. It's gonna be alright. Calm down. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I realized if Mion's the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke over my shoulder, quietly. Relax. I won't kill you. I won't kill you just yet. She burst into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness worse. Shion broke into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Please stop! Don't kill Keiichi! Keiichi has nothing to do with this, does it? Wait. I think... If you're gonna kill someone, kill me right now! I don't want anyone else to die! You want to die that badly after I've killed this man? I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities. I'll shave you down and mince you. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Would it be funnier if I mince up Keiichi in front of you? Hey, quit it already. What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No, Keiichi, run! I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around... Mion's mouth, so much so that it was hard to believe it twisted into a shape thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. It's gonna be fun. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't Mion who'd been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then who was she? Bam! I saw sparks fly before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly, and my head became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation to hit the floor. My whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I'd fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled and receded. It was the kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. Oh, you wouldn't be listening. You'd only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated. You would have had no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it was annoying, nor did it interest me. Now, how should I go about preparing you? Oh yes, what do you think of a bed of nails? I tested it on those two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining table. Let's do that. Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. I mean, I did say on multiple occasions our protagonist has a death wish. But alas, the twist of Mion being Shion is not coming off. Instead, we're getting the most obvious one, the part where we for some stupid reason, go with the killer to their hideout and get murdered. That would be kind of funny. No, please stop! Please stop! Shion's emotions exploded outwards, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down, and returned to the prison cell again. Ma, you sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you? Your unnatural bravado was making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you best. Mion, big sister, I beg you. I don't care if you choose to kill me. Please, at least let Keiichi go. Begging you. Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have agreed it during those peaceful times. Or imagined during the peaceful times. Prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you're crying, though, was just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen. Come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes, please, yes. Thank you so much. Alright then, let's hear you apologize for everything. Maybe I'll let it all be water under the bridge. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let Keiichi go. Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars, and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she's unsatisfied. You think you can make up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that? That just won't do. I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both. No, wait. One more chance, just one more chance. Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she grew impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion. You can't apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you how to make an apology that'll get through to your older sister. I'm only going to tell you once. And if you got even a letter wrong, you're out. You got it? Yes. Thank you. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time, and I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers. Did you memorize it? Let's hear you say it. Sincerely and faithfully, from beginning to end, with all your heart. If you can do it properly, I'll only kill you. Yes. Thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty, like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this. Now, let's hear it. Your big sister's still listening closely. Shion Sonozaki is... When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. Shion Sonozaki's lowly worthless sound out. I should like her big sister Mion's feet. And when I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place, Yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now. Blood circulated through my whole body. My numbed senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion was holding Mion's note, that thing pertaining to be Mion's attention. Hurry up. I reflect on how impertinent I've been and swear loyalty to my big sister for the rest of my life. So, Mion's burst of laughter echoed through the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. It was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it, and stopped smiling suddenly, as if snipping a wire. Alrighty. That was funny enough for me. I didn't think you'd throw away that much of your pride. That was plenty enjoyable. Mion began to drag me again, after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me toward the torture chamber. Sis, only kill me. Please forgive him. Don't worry, alright? I'll be sure to kill you real good. After letting you get an earful of Keiichi's screams, that is. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist with, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and fingers at that. Tightly with... Let's read that again. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges that locked them in place. Yes! Don't kill him! Mion! The door to the big cave. Using sis feels really weird. Here. I know she's probably saying Nei-chan, but like, sis seems really weird. Because you'd probably be screaming Mion, right? If this was English, this would be Mion. Mion! Alright, so I could hear Shion's. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm gonna get started now. Please enjoy Kei's young screams. Give it a fucking rest. The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know, about having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie. It was an obvious lie when you said, I think Shion likes you. That was the most obvious part, right? We were like, I need a way to kill this guy. Because you said, I think she likes you, and she's like, what's the most painful thing I can do to Shion? At least that was my prediction. That's my prediction when she's like, telling you that. It's like, oh, that's sketchy. Mion brought over something like a toolbox, and from inside it she removed a large metal hammer. Next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you'd see on a harpoon. I'll let her hear the screams of all the people that died because of her, and after they've soaked into her very soul, I'll kill her. I've got a pretty good taste, huh? Because if she disappeared the first day, right? Shion disappeared after the night of the Watanagashi too, right? Who are you? Huh? I'm Mion. Mion Sonozaki. Has the fear driven you crazy? No, you're not. There's no way you could be Mion. Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture. I see. Well, if I'm not Mion, who am I? A demon. You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back. Kei-chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear? Don't touch me. Demon, give her back. Give Mion back. My best friend, give Mion back. Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't have been Mion. There's no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon, and it was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was this thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. He decides to, instead of believing that the incredibly manipulative and skillful Mion is evil, he decides to go with, she's been possessed by demons this whole time. And the demon just leaves and enters her at will. Yeah, okay. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically she started to cough and almost choked. You really are a piece of work, you know that? In this very moment, Mion is trying to kill you, and you're trying to reject me? I never knew there was such a funny person in the whole world. If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say, though, I'm not accepting your Mion. Give her back. Away with thee, demon. Keiichi, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear. You can do it, Mion. Don't lose to this demon. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please, Mion. Mion! Where'd you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't lose. Fight. Fight. Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed on one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even though I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. My sides are like they're gonna split. Is that all? I'm gonna get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, Keiichi, but I'm torturing Shion as well. It's a 2-for-1. Brilliant. Why? Why would you... Mion. I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion lost to the demon, yet a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I had realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Keiichi, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. You seem to really want to know though, so I'll tell you one thing. I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered. A long time before the demon came to live inside me. It was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with my reason. That settled the demon down. I got to thinking it went away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It hadn't left me, it just went to sleep. I noticed there were tears forming in her eyes. The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes. Do you understand? I don't. I don't get what gave the demon a chance to beat Mion. This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you're the reason everything got so messed up. The tears welling in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden. At the time, if you'd given me that doll you got without hesitating, maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted. In the first route, I believe she was still going for the murder route. She was still going for the murder shit, and I didn't have the doll in it at all. The doll I got. That doll I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday. You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that, and soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one since it was so small, but you're the one who set it up. This could be another good angle for torture, right? Bring our character back to feeling guilty. Bear in mind that negative feelings also enhance feelings of pain. The worse you feel emotionally, the more keenly you'll feel minor pain. Good trick, by the way. So, if he's feeling good, and then he can save Mion, it's not very good. But if he's feeling guilty, he's actually gonna feel all his pain more keenly. If he hadn't made Mion cry, I wouldn't have had to wake up. Is that enough for you to die in peace? A mistake that I'd made on that day. That one messed everything up. It can't be, can it? It only makes sense you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Keiichi, you're without a doubt the cause. If you'd nonchalantly given me the doll that day, I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say, like I'd remembered something. I recalled that day. Reina told me that, and I thought I'd apologize. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, I hadn't said a word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the rituals rose, Mion looked a bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until now? Reina told me at the time, and now she herself, the demon, was telling me. Is this the only way a dense idiot for me to be cured? To die together? Ugh. I can no longer hold back the hot tears pouring out of me. I simply just cried, and like, he did apologize, so I don't give a fuck. He tried to apologize. Honestly, I could blame Shion for that one. If Shion's completely aware that her sister is a mass murderer and kills people on a whim and still goes into this place, and she's like also trolling you with who's Mion and who's Shion and if they exist, I kinda think this is like on Shion for like literally playing with fire. Like, oh, my sister's a mass murderer. How can I piss her off? Oh, she's killing me. That's bad. She's killing my friend. She's killing people around me. People I care about. Oh man, that's crazy. I feel like Shion's made some questionable choices now. Like in hindsight, Shion's making a lot of really questionable choices. She's like, my sister's killed like 8 people in the last couple years. I wonder if I can like bait her into killing me. Can I start now then? This method of torture is simple. I'll nail one of these into the joint on the end of your left pinky finger. Then each one in order until I get to your thumb. And go back to your pinky and onto the joint in the middle. And so on until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. When that's over, I do your right hand next. And after that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you, there's a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you can imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so... Mion pressed the tip of the nail into my left pinky finger. My wrists, arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt. I couldn't even twitch. I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. Why do I hesitate now? Hey, this will satisfy your demon, Mion. It will sate the demon to do to me what you will. Are you serious? Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak. After your sass was causing me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? You. After all this, you still worry more about Shion than yourself? The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know, you're not even considering the possibility of begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive. You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? You can't have any more. Well, that's a shame. In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together as if sharing in a stupid joke. I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon after all. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do. I recalled tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips. I couldn't even grip them. Instead, I tightened my toes. Alright, do it. I prepared myself already. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's gonna diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. Hey, Chen. I'll agree to just the 3rd, okay? My 3rd wish? To save me? She'll agree to it? Your 1st wish? To save Shion? That's long done for. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided. I can't stop it. So give up on that. Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin. As for your 2nd, give you this body back to Mion. That won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body's here, it's just a body. Because the Oni's taken it over. That's not true. Mion is Mion. Don't say such sad things like she won't ever come back. Can you hear it? That sound? Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. It was a dull noise repeating at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse. You're late, so Reina probably called Uishi. That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate. I'll agree with you there. For someone who's gonna die, he's so fucking chill. Yeah, I mean, this kid's got a death wish, okay? He's made so many bad choices at this point, he should just accept his demise. I approve of it. Like, it's like he's made so many stupid decisions, and things that should have gotten him killed. Him dying at some point is honestly to be expected. The fact that he might survive this is the larger miracle. Like, when he goes into their underground lair, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? He has an underground lair, and you're just like, I'll follow her into an underground lair. That's like, I'll follow her into her sealed underground torture chamber in the middle of her estate, like miles out where no one's seen, like no one's ever seen. That seems safe. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever, do your thing, man. And like, I kind of just like, at the point where he went to go to Mion's estate, and was like, is gonna talk to her and ask for mercy. I'm like, oh god, this kid is like, he has a death wish. If you're at the point where you're like, well, I guess I go ask for mercy, and you're like, okay, he's just gonna go walk to his own death. He's like, I'll probably die. Oh well. Like, that's your solution? Like, he's lucky the cop was there, otherwise he wouldn't get, he doesn't even have the chance of getting saved, right? Like, if Keiichi wasn't standing there right outside his house, he would have literally walked to his own death. For no reason, so... Alright. Like, I don't even question it. It's like, yeah, he walks to his own death. Yeah, fuck it. He's made enough decisions. I don't have the anger for this character right now. It's kind of just like, I don't have the anger to, like, be mad at this guy's bad decisions or encourage him to live because he's already made so many dumb decisions and resigned himself to his own death before he came here, so... Him dying here and accepting it is just like, yeah, okay. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew with a snapping noise. You've probably never seen one before, right? It's a real stun gun. Illegal, and its output's been increased quite a bit. Oh, is that what you hit me with before? That's not a toy children should be playing with, you know? You're right. She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam! I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way. I won't kill you, but I'll have you go to sleep for a bit, Kei-chan. Wish you will be here soon. This'll only hurt a bit. Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked my tightly opened eyelids. Sorry for disgracing me. I made a promise before coming here. Whatever happens, the Mion in my heart won't change. Forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. By then, it'll be the demon that inherited my corpse. What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined on, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Alright, June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, something prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. What's she, like 14 years old? She's suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19 and June 21st. Oryu, Shion, okay, like, stop auto-playing. Holy shit, I hate that. The auto's not even on. Preliminary investigate. Fuck! Stop! I hate this. Okay. I hate that they start auto-playing. That's stupid. Alright. She's suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and 21st. Oryu, Shion, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, Satoko Hojo, imprisoned them and killed them. Oh, she killed Oryu as well. Interesting. She killed Oryu as well. I didn't expect that one, but alright, she's already dead. Preliminary investigations were delayed due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the property heard screams from inside and rushed inside as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi and Reina. The suspect fled the scene. Only slightly doctored. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, believed to have been used to kill those to disappear, we discovered hair, flecks of skin, blood, etc. from the 4 missing persons, Oryu, Kichiro, Rika, and Satoko. We concluded the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, the remains have not been found. As one of her prison classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property where they were imprisoned, believing they were there. However, we have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give a clue, but no evidence that Mion was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, as those of the Sonozaki family and residents of the Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, and we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable with the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishment, for sacrilegious acts carried against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It's clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in the region. The Prefectural Police Department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for the longest time, Shion, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock and doesn't seem to be hopeful she'll recover soon. By the way, the ability to scroll up and pause is not very consistent. So I gotta read as fast as I can because it'll just keep going sometimes. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Uishi and his subordinates whom Reina called in. Aside from my blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from the stun gun. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Uishi asked me all sorts of things, but I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered. Other than the fact that I completely let the killer get away. Like an absolute potato. Good job, dude. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. Alright, so, I would say that... Alright, so is there a way that could have gone worse for him? He could have died. But on a scale of 1 to 10, that is pretty fucking stupid. He literally had everything set up to capture Mion, who's killed so many people, and he somehow managed to put himself in a situation where she could escape. That is actually impressive. Like, genuinely impressive. To have managed to fumble your way into getting Mion to live free after she's killed, like, so many people. It's like, okay. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she fled to one of those and hid herself. The one fortunate aspect was that Shion was safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Uishi came running faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently bit the police trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. I'm impressed how Keiichi managed to, like, cause even more destruction. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. Great job. You managed to not only let her escape, but now you've, like, completely broken Shion's mind. I'm not even sure it's possible to have fucked up harder than this. The only way to fuck up harder is to have actually died. Like, okay, we went from Shion being paranoid, but things, like, okay, let's think about this. We went from being, we've caught the criminal, and that Shion might be alive, to breaking Shion's mind, ensuring that Mion gets away, and almost dying ourselves. That is really impressively bad. I know I was, like, basically giving up on how badly this guy threw, but this is taking it to a whole new level. Whole new level. He managed to make sure Mion got away. I can't even, like, I don't even know where to go from that. This guy, like, has done everything but actually be the killer. Holy shit. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I said that to him. It meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in the passages. Secret underground, without any maps or architectural drawings, which swallowed up the remains of Rika, Satoko, and everyone else, was unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to the basement again for an on-the-site inspection or something, but I didn't remember being of help. I never wanted to go back there again. Why not? It sounds like a lot of fun. You might find Mion and get killed? Come on, man. For days afterward, the Sonozakis living in Okonomiya, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However, much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it passed 2 million, they were given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 nights and decided to move away. I see. You're moving, huh? When? At the end of the next month. I won't even have been in Hinamizawa for half a year. I'll be lonely. I'm the only one left. Rana smiled sadly. If I just said yeah, I thought it would make her more lonely, so I changed the subject. Here's something to think about. That's how I broached it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live here either because Mion's still alive. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been deemed away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, we didn't know. What was there? Where had she disappeared to? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she'd definitely be free from the fetters of her family, and live not as Mion, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she'd already met up with Satoko and Rika. They must also have been waiting for the day Reina and I would join them, spending their time doing club activities, as lively as they were. When I told Reina that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the family had been trying so hard to hide were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days, news of it was brought on talk and variety shows. The shows which were comedic and silly never once tried to touch on the grim, heavy history Mion had been bearing. Yeah, who cares? It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. I mean, I gotta give you credit, man. You got Mion to safety. You literally are her best friend. You're like, wow, she killed Anju. Well, I better find a way to make sure that nobody can catch her. Alright, how big an impression would these few weeks I spent in Namisawa leave on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends, had the best experiences of my life. I'd probably never forget it as long as I live. And as for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they'd ball her up, throw her in the trash, and she'd fade from their memories. As somebody, one of the few people who knew Mion, I must always make sure I remember her, beyond any doubt. That will be my offering to her. The sky reached up so far, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 came around, I'd expect a call from Shion or Mion. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for certain that everything was completely over, but on the other side of that fear were my prayers that Mion was safe. Again, this guy still wants Mion to be safe. Like, alright, kid. Alright, dude. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk, illuminating a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to me on that day. She said it was an import from England and all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing fluffy dresses. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the chance to give it to her. I waited for an opportunity. With it on the desk, I could give it to her at any time. Oh, I'm gonna have to click here. Okay. Plunk. There was a weird noise. A noise I'm not used to hearing. Too big to be raindrops and completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. 2 a.m. Who could it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out front, through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. Hit the window and made a plonking sound. Who was it? Ah. Someone in green, with green hair. I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. She's alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas and flew to the door. Did you get the doll? Did you get the doll? I quickly hit the brakes before going down the stairs. There we go. Although happiness was spreading within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other. I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leapt out of the house. Mion. It's been a while. How are you? Been doing alright? It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. The real Mion. Are you alright hanging around this place? I really shouldn't be. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who'd gotten tired of staying in the hospital and snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it. Anyway, what's wrong? What do you need at this hour? I wanted to talk to you one last time. That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, which I thought to be a smile, was on closer expression. Trembling slightly, and I realized she was forcing it. Well, I can't stay for any longer. A pain note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her. Are you alright? Are you not feeling well? I tried so hard until now. I can tell I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me to take me away. Mion's smile crumbled as she started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to her back, but she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. I had something to give you, Mion. This doll. I'd wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, my stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me, pushing it in tight, and took it and twisted it. Mion? What? It hurts? There we go. Mission accomplished. He managed to get himself killed. 10 out of 10. I made it. I made it. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched, took a few steps back and cackled. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill. The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me. After today, Mion will come back. From today, even if my body's here, a body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. Me. This cat. I thought we'd finally been able to meet. This cat. Yeah. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I brought for Mion. Dyed in red, so red. Meow. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? I think this character is grateful. My emotions were neither of those as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white, and it looked frozen. I was saying, our character somehow managed to not get killed. That was the only light. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa. Oh my god, please. Oh, thank you, that's me. Shishibon City. Yep. The victim was Keiichi, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was transported to the clinic. He escaped death. Damn it! The criminal fled the scene. On the same day at approximately the same time, a fall incident occurred in the Kamishiki Prefecture complex in Shishibon City, something Prefecture. Jesus, it's scrolling too fast. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the... Jesus, stop. It doesn't stop going. A victim of the previous string of disappearances. Later on that night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor frequently visited the Sonozaki-s for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded like two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth, and we believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hamizawa village, perpetrated by his incident suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We believe, however, it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We're conducting a thorough examination of both fronts, suicide and homicide. 10 out of 10. Well, it's no longer a 10 out of 10, I'm sorry. The fact that Keiichi survived makes this at best like a 9 out of 10. He managed to get everyone else killed, including Shion. Good job. Shion was literally alive. All he had to do was carry out his original plan, and he would have saved Shion and himself from grave injury, and Shion from dying. That's so disappointing. Imagine throwing this hard. Imagine just throwing so hard that, you got given the ultimate solution to your problem, and you somehow managed to get Shion fucking killed. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Only for 5 minutes. Try not to excite him. I'll be careful. Bye. The doors opened, and as I expected, Uishi came in. Hello, my Bara. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tell me, how have you been since then? The doctor says my post-operative recovery seems to be going smoothly. I think it got worse when I saw your face. Haha, you wound me. As Uishi gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor. Excuse me, Miss Mabara. Would it be possible for me to talk with Keiichi for just a few moments? How much further can we throw? Can we use ourselves as bait and get tortured again by Mion? I'd really like to see that happen. That'd be funny. I'm kind of disappointed we survived. Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a cop talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted. Mom, sorry, just a little while. 5 minutes, okay? Grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Uishi grinned widely and looked around the room. A room to yourself, how high class. My old lady always gets a shared room, you know. It's quite lively, however. It seems you're a higher rank if you have a worse disease in places like that. The sicker you are, the prouder you are, or maybe more arrogant. Uishi, we have 5 minutes. If these are the last, I'd like it if these are the last 5 minutes. Why does he hate Uishi? When Uishi has actually, done so much to save his stupid ass. I don't have any connection to Hinamizawa. This isn't Hinamizawa either. Yeah, there aren't any general hospitals in Okonomiya. Mind if I take a seat? Down we go. This was a large university hospital in Shishibon. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okonomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city. When does it look like you get transferred? I don't know. I'm ready to go whenever, though. Our moving plans were delayed a little bit because of my serious injury. My parents already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals closer to the new house when I recovered enough to be taken there. Ooh. You've returned? Give me a hug? Head pats? Amazing. Please don't come where I'm transferring. I really will get worse then. Man, you really do hate me. It may be just my job, but that stings. That's why I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs in atonement. Didn't need an assortment of cookies for that. Well, you see, There aren't actually cookies in there. Look. Ushi pulls open the cans of cookies and what? I'm stretching my scarf. I didn't know what you were into, my bar, so I bought all sorts of things. See? Cute looking ones, from westerns to comic strips. Lately they have this sort of H manga aimed at girls, too. Interesting. Don't bring porn in here. Interesting choice. It's not a bag of cookies. Take them away. Go home. I thought for sure a healthy young person like you would be feeling a little needy being cooped up in a place like this for so long. If you stay here too long, the only fetish you'll end up with is a nurse one, you know. There's plenty of other beautiful things in the world besides nurses, after all. Don't decide what to major in now. Keep your options open. Oh, that's good. You need to be more all around. I gave Ushi vulgar laughter, a pained grin. Somehow or another, I understood, though. You underestimated the horror of the coins. Yeah, it's pretty terrifying. The fact that Ushi was bringing it up like this meant he must have had something important to talk about. The incident with Shion was really unfortunate. The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said that the police were investigating all possibilities. Accident, suicide, homicide. It only could have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her to her death. Nothing else was conceivable. It couldn't have been an accident. It was Mion. It had to be. Criminology guys say it's a suicide, but I'm of the same opinion as you, my bar. He pushed Shion and stabbed you in one night. Has Mion still not been found? Oh, that's right. That's what I came here to tell you today. Yeah. We actually did find her. What? Learning that felt strange to me. I was partly relieved the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry my best friend had finally been caught. Oh my god, is this guy gonna be asked to testify and then get off the fucking hook as the killer? That's the only way it could be worse. That's the only way it could be worse, right? I felt many other things. Or does he get strangled to death by her from her prison cell? Come on. My heart's a maze of emotions. My heart's a maze of emotions. I don't know how this guy's gonna fuck up harder. He managed to get at least one person killed when there was it was like idiot proof. It was idiot proof to get anyone other than yourself killed. It's not all. In the Sonozaki House catacombs, we found a hidden well, and just as you said, we found the remains of all who disappeared at the bottom. I see. That sliver of hope, the possibility I believed in that Rika and Satoko were alive. In fact, the remains hadn't been found. Gone. It was incredibly well hidden in those catacombs. I mean, it was in the blind spot of another blind spot. It was a vertical tunnel dug out like a well. There was a ladder set up, and when we went all the way down, there was another tunnel going through it. When we followed it a few hundred meters, we found ourselves at the mouth of an unused well in the mountains. I wonder if it was a secret escape route a previous Sonozaki family leader built. Probably was. Maybe it was made by in the Meiji era. Anyway, I'm impressed they built something like that. So everyone's remains were at the bottom? Yep. Even deeper down than the escape path, there was a pool of coal tar. They'd been casually thrown into there. It'd fallen from a fairly high spot, so the remains were totally buried in it. It took a lot of time and effort to pull the bodies up. Did you find them all? I hope they at least wouldn't find Rika or Satoko. That's what I wish for. When I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, all of them. In fact, we also found human bones we think are over a decade old. We think there are at least 3 people. I suppose it's the dark side of Hinamizawa's history. I wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we've sucked out all the mud. Scary thought. The weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders. Still, he only cares about Mion being okay. Jesus fuck, man. You got someone killed. Again. We've currently identified people who disappeared from Shishibone decades ago. People are talking about how this opportunity might let us resolve missing persons cases that have been abandoned. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Ushi went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized it's a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them in his shirt pocket. Alright, this is a detour, but... You know Rika, right? Yeah. She's my friend. Did she ever tell you anything along the lines of her regularly taking insulin injections for diabetes? Rika has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about. Actually, we found it in her skirt pocket. A syringe. It was destroyed though, so we couldn't identify the medicine. It was a bit out of place, so I got interested. You really don't know anything? I didn't know anything about Rika carrying syringes around with her. The Sonozaki family corporates, or Yakuza. The Sonozaki corporate members, the Yakuza. There's rumors they deal in psychostimulants. I was thinking that might have something to do with it too. Are you trying to tell me Rika's a drug addict? Not at all, it's not what I'm saying. It seems strange, whoever you look at it, that she'd bring a syringe on her way to get soy sauce. I have no idea what this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick, see? The syringe... Wait. Are you alright? Should I call a nurse? I'm fine. Please continue. Oh, that's all I had to say about the syringe. It was the one thing that personally struck me as interesting. Rika. Rika's sort of like the village mascot after all. It looks like the village is in an uproar right now. Between the older blind believers and the Sonozaki family who killed her, the three families' effective control over the village is in shambles too. If someone came up to them with talk of a dam again, this sort of time in the village would be abandoned for sure this time. I'm not related to Hinamizawa anymore. I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking. Whoops. We went off topic. Well, what a pickle. Bodies found. Check. I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she'd wait a little bit longer. Is that so? Keep it short, okay? There wasn't any getting around the fact she was thinking about what a police could be talking to her son about. Maybe we should choose another day for this. Uishi-san. Mion. How is she right now? I wanted to just hear the answer and get rid of him. Before I tell you that, I need one thing. I need you to answer something in all honesty. What is it? I want you to take your answer seriously, okay? If you say something indiscreet, it could be viewed as obstruction to the investigation, and you could be prosecuted. Uishi kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want? Maibara-san, who did you think the criminal was who pushed Shion from the balcony? There's no way it could be anyone but Mion, is there? Then who stabbed you? Please don't make me say it again. It was Mion Sonozaki. Uishi smiled bitterly, then dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it. He pushed Shion and stabbed me. Didn't you just admit Mion was the criminal? The evidence we have that Mion killed Shion is based on the testimony from the man living next door. The neighbor is actually a member of an organized crime group, in other words, Shion's bodyguard. Seems he's a veteran leader in that vein and was like a parent to the Sonozaki sisters growing up. That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was like the sound of a fight between the sisters he was used to hearing when they lived together. And no, there's no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by dementia. You see, he thought because of that ruckus. That sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and opened the door. And they saw the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened. In other words, he only heard it from the other side of the wall. Plus, because the apartment complex connected to their organization, it doesn't have many residents. They were the only ones who heard it happening. To reiterate, one person who witnessed Mion. Even if he didn't see her. Isn't it obviously Mion's doing? Settle down, settle down. This is what I'm saying. It means you're the only one who saw Mion for sure last night. And after all, Shion, the other witness, is no longer alive. What are you trying to say? I don't get it. At that point, Uishi paused. The fact this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind. And he took out a pack of cigarettes again. He lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. Were you really stabbed by Mion? Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The smoke Uishi's son breathed out floated away like a thundercloud swept away by wind. I mean, it's not completely unreasonable that she gets murdered by the bodyguard. Okay, so what is he thinking? She was out of breath and came running at us, right? Well, I don't know how far away Shion was. Huh. I guess they're trying to like give us some hint at a supernatural ending. Uishi, you can't smoke in here. The nurses will get mad. Actually, We found Mion Sonozaki at the bottom of the well, too. What? She fell to her death. We believe that, as she was trying to escape to the hidden passage in the well, her foot slipped while climbing down the ladder. She fell to the bottom, broke her neck, and died. Yes. The same way as Shion-san. She broke her neck. Well, what? There we go. After you passed out that day, Mion Sonozaki tried to escape using the hidden well, but her foot slipped and she died. As if beckoned by the corpses of the utter sacrifice, she dropped down there. But it doesn't make sense, does it? The autopsy came to the conclusion she definitely died that day. She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion-san. She was already dead. My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to be her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. Then who attacked Shion and me? Who was it? The one that attacked you was someone who was Mion and yet not Mion Sonozaki. My mind had become a complete mess and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight. Do you remember how Mio Takano died? What? Takano-san? Ah, yes. I think I heard she was burned to death in some distant mountains. We learned she was burned after being strangled to death. The Gifu station did the autopsy. It's a little bit strange. The results of the preliminary autopsy said she'd been dead for 24 hours. Since that was contradictory in their panic, they seemed to have revised it to say she died earlier that day. Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion. He was telling me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things he was telling me. The results saying she'd been dead for 24 hours, as our own criminologist says, is pretty damn reliable. So what would that mean? I asked that question over and over, but on the night of the Watanagashi, you were with Takano, weren't you? I was. You met her on the day before, while setting up for the festival, right? I mean, I ran into her too. Yeah, I was with her then. If she'd been dead 24 hours, that would mean she was dead the day before the festival. that can't be. She was alive during the festival preparations. When you slipped into the ritual storehouse, Takano was already dead. The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything. Our intrusion into the storehouse, which I'd come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me. Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world. Ooh, there's that supernatural element. There's too many dead people walking around in this incident. An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person. Apparently they're under pressure to revise the time of Mion Sonozaki's death, not to the day of the incident, but to right after she stabbed you. Probably pressure from outside to get this incident wrapped up already. So I'd appreciate if you didn't say a word about this to anyone. Keiichi grabbed his jacket hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke around. I've stayed too long. I'd come here thinking I could at least end this incident, as it applied to you, but looks like it got even more baffling instead. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye. If it so happens, something comes up to you and wants to talk to you about... Wait, that's something that comes up to you, want to talk about in the future, call me anytime. My business card is in those souvenirs from before. When that time comes, I'll pay you a visit with some wonderful souvenirs again. Keiichi seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know. Meet again one day. Take care of yourself. Interesting. Interesting. Slam. I listened to the tap-tap of Keiichi walking down the hallway. Man, this is brutal. Zoken underestimated the coin horror show. Oh my god, you had to tell him it piece by piece. Yeah, that's rough. He finally realized how bad coins were. Oh god, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah, yeah. There's like it's like the first time you hear about coins, you don't in Grand Order, you don't understand how bad they are, and then they're like you realize how dumb it is because now you suddenly need like extra NP levels of literally everything. It's like, wait, isn't this just a way to extract more money from people for things they already have? Because now the limit is not the limit of your character. Alright. So we're just bewildered. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to you? What was over? Nothing's over. The incident was still continuing. Is this where it ends? Then slip, slip, slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. Keiichi, I told you, remember? I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice. What, Mion? What did you tell me? I warned you on that day. After today, if you see me, it'll be the demon that possessed my body. You said that, didn't you? Sorry. Guess I wasn't careful enough. That's why I got stabbed. Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt about on the top of the bed, searching for mine. Oh, hey, Mion. Thought of a good joke. Want to hear it? The Mion under the bed didn't answer. Let's say that I died here today, but tomorrow I'd still be here living a normal life. We usually learned about it afterwards. The time of death wouldn't make sense, right? Once again. He'd make a huge deal about someone who should have died was alive, and he'd totally lose his head. Takano, Mion, then me third. So, funny, right? Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Keiichi. Laugh. Or was it not that funny? Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me. Go easy. It hurts. Keiichi. I've come for you. I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't even make a fist either. And the fact I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Dude, was our dude hallucinating this whole time? Mion's forehead was split open, and with a face covered in blood, she smiled and got right up in front of my nose. Nothing was over. Nothing was over. The incident was far from being over. It was still going on. It was still happening. Someone end this incident. This cruel, tragic, unfortunate, sad incident. Please end it. That is my only wish. I granted you one before, remember? You don't get any more. Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... That's definitely the end. Nice. Nice. A new scenario unlocked. Alright. The all-cast review session from the last one was literally just the whole cast discussing how the scenario played out. Moderately entertaining. Moderate, entertaining, and humorous. People discussing how much they've done. And now we've reached the end of Watanagashi. That was a nice ending. They made it so clear-cut that it was all like completely normal, and then they added that nice little supernatural twist. At the ending, that was good. That was a good ending. I mean, apart from the fact where Keiichi did so much stupid shit, I was cheering for him to die. But you know. Oh, the amazing throws. That was good. Alright. I'm looking forward to starting the next one, but I'm afraid we're not going to start that one tonight. We have quite a few Higurashi series to go. We're going to be hanging out with Keiichi a lot.